going to get busy in that little storage room. I can't wait. Me too.
I love it.
All right, have a great week, you guys.
Is that your favorite episode? Really? Why? It's just like he gets one on the man.
Office Ladies is produced
Are you the best guy ever? Yeah.
and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico. Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
What's up, gangster?
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home? You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold. Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave. Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it. Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hello, everybody.
There is a new paper company in town.
Michael Scott Paper Company.
Holy moly.
We're going to talk about it today. However, I have to say this before we get started.
What?
We look gorgeous today. You all should know, I don't know what this podcast is going to be today, but we look hot.
Well, Jenna has that, dark, smoky eyeliner.
I did a smoky eye today.
How do you even do that? I need a tutorial.
Oh, multiple YouTube tutorials is how we got this smoky eye today.
I did super straight hair.
You look amazing. You look like you're about to take over, multiple corporations.
I am wearing a blazer.
I know. I guess we have to say that because people can't see us, but we look amazing. Angela, your nails look incredible. I mean, details. We have details. We look good, guys.
We're feeling it today. We cannot wait to talk about this episode. And then we have a photo shoot. Jenna, who are we? What is that?
We're a big deal. I don't know.
Will you tell my kids that next time we're at Target? Hey!
Big deal over there in the seasonal aisle.
Yeah, and you can only pick one of those things. Pick one. You're not getting all 3.
Chris, I gotta say, you and I have a very similar appreciation of movies, from genre to stylistically how we like movies.
Jesus has an old thing out. Please? Yeah, perhaps.
Co-directed by Gene Stupnitsky and his longtime writing partner, Lee Eisenberg.
That's right. They would go on to direct many more episodes together of The Office. They shared a little bit in the commentary that they would rotate who would take credit. It sort of went along some DGA rules at the time. So Gene got credit for this one, but they were both there together every day. So we want to give Lee a shout out. And then the next time there's an episode up that says Lee directed, know that Gene was right there by his side.
And we reached out to both of them, and they shared a ton of great details for this episode. So I'm very, very excited. Here is your summary. Michael, Pam, and Ryan are in their new office. They're struggling to adjust. It's a very tiny, intimate work environment.
Very tiny. Can I tell you one thing? Justin said they even considered finding a smaller room.
What? Okay, can you imagine? I can't, because I was there and I know how almost impossible it was to shoot in that room.
With the camera operators, the sound department, you guys.
I want to know
room.
about that
That's
ball in her hair.
bonkers
I bet
to
a
me.
ton of people do too.
Well, upstairs in Dunder.
Really? Yeah, there's a cheese ball that lands in her hair. I bet a ton of people are curious about it. For Riz? There she is. Why? Why not?
That's exactly it. That was the case here. And that's why I think this film was so successful, because the stories and the character arcs were so well
I wonder what happened to that one guy.
Everything was top shelf, and to think that they made this for like 15 million, I guess 12 if I'm not mistaken.
And you guys, smaller room. That's bonkers to me. Well, upstairs in Dunder Mifflin, there's a new receptionist in town.
Throwing out
A new
gang
lady
signs like
named
Nolan Ryan.
Kelly Aaron Hannon. Dwight and Andy are both kind of crushing on her, but they also have this new friendship. So this crush is going to really challenge their new bond. In the meantime, Jim is trying to figure out what the heck is a rundown. What is a rundown? Poor guy. And let's not forget, there's going to be some giant square pancakes. Yeah. Lady, I forgot that they were big squares. I have details on that. You do? Oh, I can't wait. All right. I have some pancake details. I can't wait. Let's get into some fast facts. All right. Here's a mini fast fact. This episode actually aired the same night as Dream Team. In between these two episodes, they ran the very first episode of Parks and Recreation. How about that? We were like a little singing bunch. We were. And we were the bread, and Parks and Recreation was the bologna. The cheese? Cheese. Sounds like a dig. We don't know. I didn't mean it to be. I had a bologna sandwich every day in my lunch growing up. No, but it's, saying something is bologna or something is cheese. It seems like a dig, but they were the meat. Well, now that seems like a dig on the bread. As if the bread isn't important. Well, the bread's the best part. That's just because I love bread. Okay, we'll leave this analogy. There you have it. It was Office, Parks and Rec Office. Yes.
What's up, Pimp?
I thought we should talk a little bit about this teeny tiny space.
How you living, baby?
Scott Paper Company. This 165 square foot office.
What's new in your neck of the woods? It's a radio. Oh boy, I talked with a lot of people. From where are you in the world? Yeah, no, now I remember. Yeah, oh, wait. Yeah, you were talking with another guy and you said you were going to come back and you never did. Well, are you doing okay? Yeah, I do. We were talking, and then there was another person in here. You guys were talking. You said that you were really drunk, that you had to go do something, that you would be right back. And then we waited for like an hour, and you didn't return. You okay? You were going. Yeah, I remember you were talking about some personal stuff. You're dealing. How are things in your personal life? Are they okay? Okay. Yeah, wait, it was something with your dad. Wait, I remember. Now I remember. Your dad was in the military. He was in secretive. He was in like clandestine services. Now I remember. And you wanted to know more about that. And he was like, even though he was older and retired, he wasn't going to tell you. Sure. From what I recall, I don't remember exactly how we got into talking, but I do remember you came in and started talking about something, and somebody else was in here. or maybe that's what it was. Somebody else was in. I think that's what it was. And I was talking with them about. They were asking me about alien technology and stuff, and we were having that discussion. And no, I remember what it was. I asked you if you knew anything about Rendlesham Air Force Base. That's right. I remember what it was. There was this long silence, and in our conversation, I was like, honestly, I don't know what else I'm going to talk about with this person, but they did say they're in the UK, and I wonder if they know anything more about that, because I've been learning a little bit about the Rendlesham Air Force Base, and that's when I asked you that, and then you told me about that story with your dad and everything. A little bit. That's when you left, right at that point. You were talking to somebody else at the time. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, I do remember this. And then I said, have you seen the documentary A World Without Cancer? Or read the book? Sure, it's a book. I asked the people at the time who were there when you were having this conversation about your dad and cancer. I asked the room, has anybody here ever read the book or heard of the book or watched the documentary from the 1970s, A World Without Cancer? And no one had, but I explained to them, and I'll explain it again, that in the same way you have that vitamin C, that scurvy is caused by a vitamin C deficiency, cancer is caused by a vitamin B17 deficiency. And it's like, well, what's vitamin B17? It's known as amygdalin. It's known as vitamin B17. It's also known as nitrillicides. It's basically the cyanide in an apple seed or in an apricot kernel. That's why they say an apple a day keeps a doctor away. It's been a saying for many years. I do. So have you spoken with your dad? Unfortunately, he's fucked. He's fucked. Wow. You know what's really interesting is this has become a thing on many different forums and some threads of people who took the vaccine or took the booster and now have an aggressive cancer. This is brand new, like a huge upswing in cancers. Exactly. Very aggressive. Hey, do you ever go to London? Oh, okay. Have you ever been in the city of London? Very cool. I'm fascinated by the city of London. No, I'm not talking about London. I'm talking about the city of London, the banking center. Oh, so you thought I was talking about the city of London. No. There's London, yeah. But then there's the ancient city center. and that's known as the City of London, and it runs under all different types of laws. Exactly, it comes from the City of London. It is. You're right. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, you're probably right. You're right. Hey, is it true? Well, okay, so I've seen this happening in China, and I've heard that the next place they're gonna roll out these policies is in England. Like in the UK, it's really difficult to get a gun, right? Yeah, exactly. And they're making it more difficult to get a knife. Wait, no, I know. So this is what they're doing in China. They're mandating that all. They're mandating that all. With the chain on it. And well, exactly. And so they're doing knife registration, but they're also doing for restaurants and things. All of the knives have to be on a chain. Yeah, so basically in the future, you won't even be able to have a knife or like certainly not a machete or anything. Any kind of knife for cooking purposes will have to stay chained to the wall in your kitchen. Yeah, and you just can't have like a butcher block. And they're going to get like this with everything. They're going to make it eventually illegal to have a screwdriver, to have a hammer. It'll be illegal. And they'll say that it's for your own safety. Exactly. All they have to do is say that there was someone who hijacked a plane with some screwdrivers, or they have to say that somebody took over a cruise ship with screwdrivers, and that all it takes is somebody to stab somebody with a screwdriver, and then you have to get rid of all the screwdrivers. And then from there, they'll get rid of all the ballpoint pens. Pretty soon, you won't have anything. Everything will be dull. Have you seen the movie Idiocracy? You're absolutely right. We're moving towards that. You're exactly right. They will make it in the future illegal for people to have metal. You won't be allowed to own anything, but let alone metal, let alone a gun or something or a knife or something. It just, they're making it so that everything is controlled basically. Yeah, I mean, there are a few of them. There's essentially it's called Operation Lockstep. It's from the Rockefeller Foundation. It was published in 2010. I mean, there's the UN Charter, but there's also learned the secret teachings of the learned elders of Zion as well, which goes even further back, and it goes even further back to that. It's about world domination and basically the ability to reveal a plan to the enemy, and they can't do anything about it. What do you think of the queen? Or I guess she's dead. What do you think of the monarchy? Do most people? From what I understand, like what? You're right. What are the have you ever heard the rumors of them being reptilians? What is that? What's that about? Well, okay, here then I'll tell you what I know, but I'm asking you. Correct. No, that's all true. It's and it even intertwines into the Merovingian bloodlines, the Knights Templar, going back to the even like the pharaohs and stuff. Yes, but like right now, I've heard though that okay, so that is an assumption that that's a human bloodline, or let's assume it's a human bloodline, because there are people who have that bloodline, and I mean, I have that bloodline, and to my knowledge, I'm a human, so I'm not necessarily any, and you could have that bloodline. So what I've understood it to be is that perhaps some kind of off-world civilization has perhaps come to Earth and has taken that position in some kind of shape-shifting role. Have you ever heard of that? Exactly, basically. Yeah. No, no. I have elongated skull, and yeah, and I'm a one. I'm an M. I know my haplotype. Like I'm the only person that you can meet. Basically, very few people know their haplotype. My DNA sequencing is MC1R. It's very famous, and the reason why it's famous is because it was essentially like it was like it's an Ashkenazi bloodline, but it also has a Viking bloodline. That for some reason, there's some kind of uh, like basically people with my bloodline have a higher tolerance for pain, so that basically 20 to 25% less exactly. And 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 they own and this is like if you look up haplotypes, this is a famous haplotype. Many of the women in Hollywood have this haplotype. It's basically like people with red hair. Do you have red hair anywhere? Oh, you do. Okay, so then you're probably this haplotype as well. If you have red hair in any spotches, then it's a good chance that you are. Oh, well, then you're most definitely in it. and it's called MC1R, and it was a genetic mutation basically that allows us to have a higher tolerance for pain. There's some other aspects of it too, but you can read about it. But it's MC1R. I think I can too. And it's but it was agreed. For where it's really valuable though is not really towards the men, which you think it would be. It's for the women, and here's why. In a natural state, many women die during childbirth because they can't take the pain. But the fact that people from our lineage have a higher tolerance for pain meant that they could reproduce more, if that makes sense. Because they Ireland, exactly. So if you're interested, I mean, I'm sure you're probably of that haplotype as well. It's called MC1R. And the way that I found out about it, which is interesting, when I grow my beard out really long, it's red. And around my synagogue, I had the nickname Barbarossa, like red, that means red beard. And yeah, and it was so weird because my hair is brown, like, just like a normal, maybe it's like an autumn color with like chestnut highlights, but it's still pretty brown. But so I started doing some research on it, and it turns out that there's like the special people who were of this haplotype that they could, and there's some other stuff to it too. But yeah, so we're all related somehow. Very cool. All right, my friend. Well, I'm going to get back to my podcast. If you need anything, you let me know. I'm always here. I stream 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I have more data uploaded to the internet than any person in global history. It's live on YouTube. Yes, if you type in Rabbi Rothschild and filter by live, I come up. An easier way to do it is, do you have Twitter? Here, I'll just send you a link. Oh, you found it? Type in VIRAL, ViralRabbi. Sure you do. What, dude, you need to download an ad blocker so you don't have to watch any advertisements anymore. No, I don't. No, you don't have the right one. Your ad blocker sucks. If you download the ad blocker uBlock Origin, you won't see any advertisements on YouTube. You got it. Sure. It's a U, the letter U. BLOCK, uBlock Origin. uBlock is one word, and then space Origin. Type that into Google. And it's an extension. You want to download that extension immediately. Download it right now. I'm going to wait for you to download it. It's a life changer. Here's what I want you to do. Do you know what ESPN.com is? Do you know what ESPN is? Yeah, it's like a sports channel. Go to ESPN.com. I want you to see how many advertisements are on it. Then download uBlock Origin and reload the page, and you'll see how it cleaned it up. It's amazing.
Somewhere between your brand and data, between platforms and possible, between desire and necessity, is the place where customers become loyalists. Hone in on that place with Brave. The Brave platform analyzes and activates customer data to evolve cross-channel engagement strategies and convert campaigns into measurable value. With Brave, you'll supercharge ROI, accelerate payback, and save more time than you'll know.
No, you can use it in Firefox. Go to Firefox. Firefox has a Chrome uBlock Origin has a Firefox version as well. I'm running it right now. Yeah, so go to Firefox extensions and it's uBlock Origin. They also have an Edge extension if you use that.
Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve. The passage of the Tax-Resume Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-917-1181. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-917-1181. That's 800-917-1181. Again,
Correct.
800-917-1181. You don't hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to threaten you with an oath. I'm not here to do that.
Agreed. It's amazing. It's not just, it can't be that bad. It's absolutely amazing. No, that sucks. That sucks. Number one, that doesn't block everything. What they do is they have a back door into their system, and you can pay them privately and they'll let you in. Number two, they just got into trouble with YouTube because now if you use AdBlock Plus or AdBlock Pro or just regular AdBlock on YouTube, the YouTube has purposefully allegedly been slowing down the RAM of your computer. So forget about AdBlock. You want uBlock. uBlock is the OG. It's better than any of them. It's uBlock Origin. So make sure it says uBlock Origin. Yeah, it's an add-on for Mozilla, and it's uBlock Origin. Hold on a second. Then let me make sure it's... Hold on. Let me make sure it's the right one. I'm looking it up. I have my phone right here. Just one moment. Okay, uBlock Origin. It should have 17,000 ratings on it, and yeah, like 7 million users. By Raymond Hill. That one by Raymond Hill. Hell, I use it on my phone, and I don't even see advertisements on my phone. It's that good. I use it. It's good. Which one? I don't know that one.
title is something like CNN News or something like that. And those contracts run maybe 50,000, 100,000, 150,000, varies in duration. But it is such a small circle of people who are also the contract.
Exactly.
They promised me they were going to offer me one, they were working on one, and never materialized. And so I pulled back on my appearances because it is good exposure, and a lot of people want to do it. That's very difficult. And they're under the call directly.
Most certainly, my pleasure. I love sharing alpha. I appreciate that. Yep, absolutely. Where are you? That's right. But yeah, no, that's just one of my accounts though. You want to filter by live. Go to the filters and search by live, and you'll see I'm live on 4 different streams. You're live on 4 different streams. People can hear you on YouTube. Well, you're not very loud, but they can still probably hear you. And you want to filter by live. That's correct. And you should see it. I am. I'm live on 4 different channels. You can watch me in 360 degrees. Oh, not right now, but it comes in peaks and valleys. I'll get as many as 33 people sometimes. I can hear myself. That's correct. No, you're good. That's how it is with YouTube. So yeah, you can watch me. You can watch me 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can always come here and see me. You can type to me. Whenever you want. And I'm also live on 3 different Twitter accounts. On video. I'm live on Twitter video. That's correct. That's correct. I have over. What's a South Shore experiment? I wanna achieve world peace. This gives me a platform to be able to discuss world peace, to be able to discuss the no more need for war, to be able to discuss world hunger, being able to bridge the gap using essentially vertical farming. We could use hydroponics. We could use cloud seeding, solve world thirst through digging of wells, through desalinization plants, through life straws. We talk about anti-gravity, antimatter. We talk about life extension technology, mind uploading technology, advanced propulsion, ufology, alien races, you name it, we discuss it. Well, it depends on the day. Over the course of like 12 hours, I'll get about 30 people or so each camera. So it just depends. Like usually over the course of 12 hours, I might get like 100 people who watch. It depends. I have people who come in every day. and we've developed relationships over the course of years. And then I have some people who are just new and just brand new to it and come in and say hello. Hey, what up, Vamp? How you doing? That's right. Thank you. I like hearing your beautiful voice, Vamp.
And her questioning whether they were connected because ROTHSCHILD did not respond to the sister text at all, did not acknowledge it, and shortly thereafter, her contract was not renewed. So there's always this delicate game of whether you say something or not. If you say something, then you know that probably close the door on any opportunity, at least at that location, and maybe within that small circle.
Vamp, you're in Germany, right? Do you ever see any UFOs in Germany? So you had a crop circle in a cornfield near where you grew up, but they said it was a hoax? Did you get to see the crop circle yourself?
I saw photos of it. I haven't been there.
How
I know people visit the place existed, but someone made it up here as always.
how far away was it from where you grew up?
Very close. You could go by feet.
Oh, so it was less than a few miles or kilometers? Oh, okay. Wow. That's very close.
Yeah, very.
How about you, James? You live in the Great Plains. You ever get any crop circles? Not personally. I have not. I have. I was talking to someone earlier. We're exchanging any kind of UFO stories that we've had. While I've never seen your traditional disc, I have seen a UFO that was about the size of a beach ball or so. It was an orange sphere. This was about 10 years ago. I reported it to MUFON, which is the Mutual UFO Network, about a decade later, but I did do it. And it had an intelligence to it. How this connects to the crop circles is I've seen video. Uh, Apparently, when I had my sighting, there were a bunch of these sightings around the same time from about 2010 to 2015. And what I could see in some of these videos were these big beach ball like orbs like I had seen, and they'd go over a crop and somehow develop these beautiful, intricate geometric patterns. And then I've seen videos of them getting chased by helicopters. But essentially, it was very similar to that which I had seen. So that only happened one time. It was absolutely silent. It had an intelligence of it, and I haven't ever seen anything again. But yeah, that's the best I can do. But it was wild. I did report it, and it was like, I mean, when something like that happens to you, you never forget it. I know exactly where the sun was. I know it was different than the sun. It flew over my car and into my subdivision, and then just disappeared. But I've always been connected to it ever since then, and always longed to have like a sighting of a real craft, of a real disc. But I've just never
Yeah, but you never had.
never have. No.
Yeah, this is like the same. This is like the same funny story that could be a hoax or not, but some of the people are still very obsessed. Yeah, and some make something up with over obsessed people who have like just really crazy thoughts. Okay, like the ones who really just like space out completely, thinking about hunting and
predicting and nothing comes ever, like going futurist, not talking about taking conspiracy theories to break down the lie to do that. But I believe you, like, this is why I asked, like, what does it get, like, have you seen it, like, before? You just said, like, no, you haven't at all. So, if you make a lie, you would say, like, I saw it again and again and again and again.
No, I wish I
How
did.
would you do that?
No, just happened one time.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Mortgage rates have skyrocketed the last couple of years. However, if you have a mortgage with a rate above 6% or want to refinance to take equity out, the Loan Exchange can help. Today, the Loan Exchange offers a 30-year fixed rate and APR of 5.99%. You can refi now with no appraisal fees, no title, no escrow, no lender fees, etc. And if rates fall in the future, you can refi again without ever increasing your loan balance. Oh, and by the way, if your first mortgage rate is super low, the Loan Exchange also offers home equity lines of credit with a start rate of 8.95%, which can never rise. Call the Loan Exchange at 855-752-9944 or go to theloanexchange.com. Licensed by the California Department of Financial Protection and Innovation under the California Financial Law. NMLS 1637539 or 855-618-0700 for terms and conditions. That's 855-752-9944 or theloanexchange.com. Portions of the following program will be recorded for reproductive reasons. It's not it's not the war. As case is considered eligible for reproductive leave. You know what? I'm going to take a few days off to skip the South, and I need a couple of skip days off. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
My parents now, of course, they couldn't see her.
So you saw like shadow figures?
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah, and it even started live.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Black and Major has not had a lot of good news as of late.
Yeah,
Today
around that.
was no different.
And I can still remember, I could remember it so good that I had a painting, what I draw as a child for my parents, how it looked. I can still describe it because it looked like an old man with a hunched hair, wearing like a hat. I don't know what the type at the moment is, the one you wear mostly for golf, like in
Sure.
yeah. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Always disappeared in a little next to the office of my father. There was a little room for the heating compartment for the house. There inside always was like it would be inside there.
Now, this shadow figure, did it seem like it was out of place from a historical context? Like, it seems like wearing that flat cap might have been a little dated of a look, or did this person look like they were modern times?
I couldn't say. It could be both.
Oh, I understand. And did anyone else in your family ever witness this creature?
I didn't know my father same silence I told before. Yeah, because in the basement, like the shadow figures in the basement, and in a field not far away from the house where we live before, my father built another one. And the field is actually an old battlefield.
From what war?
I don't remember. I would have to look it up now, but very, very back. We're talking about like 1300,
Oh, wow.
maybe a bit later, or even earlier. I'm not sure, but very early, I think. I don't know how you had that in other countries, but when you build a house here in Germany, when the roof is on top, like everything is built up from a certain step, like the ground building stands, you have like a little celebration. There was nothing done in that house, like it was just concrete, nothing else. So even to go to the toilet, you had to go to the DC toilet, and it was like around 1312. And on that battlefield, it was so fucking cold, and I needed to go to the toilet, and then I just was struck by thunder because on that very battlefield it happened as a young girl. I got my first period.
Oh, wow.
And then I thought about that a few months ago. Like thought about that, like what happened earlier in the days, and that very battlefield, and just getting there during the first Thanksgiving.
Now, let me clarify. The night you got your the day you got your period was different than the day you saw the shadow figure, correct?
Yeah.
Okay,
Totally different.
gotcha. But it just so happened to be on the land of a former battle. And this would have been like what, the Holy Roman Empire?
Had reservations before that they were confirmed on a certain level, and his brand is toxic right now, and that interview did not help at all. I just,
A family member of Ludwig the Seventh in 1422. Oh yeah, I know, I remember again. It was actually someone literally forgot to arrive, and someone took that land, and someone went back to get it back.
No matter what you think about what did or did not happen,
Hold a lot of people there to get that land
and
back.
I said from the beginning, when he comes out of his, hiding,
And so they ended actually sticking in the mud. So much more people died.
He played the role of the victim, dropped a tear and everything, and that was not the way to go. He would have done better to have said nothing.
Just imagine if I had like a
Kudos for being so
huge
disciplined.
battle and everyone is just sticking in the mud.
Prior
Nobody can actually fight.
That is, yeah. I mean, the enemy no longer becomes the opposing force, but Mother Nature. I would hear about this, particularly in medieval times, where you'd have a knight on horseback who, for one reason or another, could have been in an accident, fell into the mud and would drown in like a foot of mud, or like very little water.
You just have to get stick like 1 foot can be enough.
Exactly. And particularly with any kind of armor, it's very heavy.
Yeah. You cannot really move.
Exactly.
They're pretty hard armor to that time.
Have you ever heard of the phantom time hypothesis? Have you ever heard of the phantom time hypothesis? Or has anyone here heard of the phantom time hypothesis? It's fucking fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating. And it actually makes a lot of things in history make a lot more sense to me. Okay, so essentially it's this theory that there's quite a bit of evidence towards it that in around the year like 700, and I'll read you the official statement, but this is just the summary of it. The three most powerful members of the Western civilization, it's like Pope Gregory, I'll read what Pope it was, and King Otto and another king all got together and said, you know what, it's the year like 743, right? Yeah, but wouldn't it be really cool if it were the year 1000? Maybe if we made it the year 1000, we would have like the reincarnation of Jesus, or something would come back, or there'd be some kind of momentous occasion. And on top of that, isn't it much better? Don't you want to be the Pope or the King who was around at the year 1000? Doesn't that seem like it's really a momentous occasion? So apparently that these three guys got together and it wiped out like 200 years of global history. Now, I can tell you, this is what we call in Western history the Dark Ages, where we say a lot of things weren't written down. But if you actually look through a lot of the teachings, like um I don't want to say the teachings of the writings, there's much less writing from a Western standpoint. I can tell you in Judaism, even our books are not as consistent. There is this idea within Judaism, it's been discussed that there is a period, a time gap of some dating perhaps as well. I can tell you just in my study of rabbinical rabbis and rabbinical dynasties, you have this huge amount of rabbis up until like 700, and then literally the years like 800 and 900, maybe one or two rabbis can be named, and then the year 1011, and then it increases a lot. But basically there's this huge dip in history where the Dark Ages are. So the official theory, in just one moment I'll read it to you, but it's fascinating to me. But it also means that it's actually the year like 1700 as opposed to the year 2023, because like 300 years were vanished essentially. Okay, so here's what it is. It hypothesizes that there was an agreement by the Holy Roman Empire Emperor Otto III, oh, it's Pope Sylvester II, and possibly the Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII, to fabricate the Anno Domini dating system retroactively in order to place them at the special year of AD 1000 and to rewrite history to legitimize Otto's claim to the Holy Roman Empire. So basically, it was first proposed in I mean, there have been theories about this for a long time, but at least in modern work in 1991. But essentially that would mean that some like famous figures may have been fabricated. The big one in question is Charlemagne, Charles the Great, basically. That his reign may have just been like a story more than a historical account. There's some idea of that in his whole like coronation by the Pope. I think it was at Notre Dame on like Christmas Day, some day, I forget. There's some story about it like that like everything had to come to be so perfect for that to happen, and some other stories that this may have been perhaps fabricated. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. I just personally think it's an interesting theory and if you hadn't all heard of it, I'm glad I could bring it to you. Believe what you want. It's 2023, and at the bank, that's what matters today. But there is the theory that that perhaps because of an agreement between powerful leaders long ago, that the year isn't actually what it is. And at least I can tell you from a Judaic standpoint, there's a lot more evidence to this than would I initially thought there would be. I expected, especially in my growing up, that we'd have this consistent lineage, certainly, but consistent rabbinical writings. But no, during the Dark Ages, there is a significant decrease, as there are amongst writing in all Western societies. Now, the question arises: well, how could you make China believe all this and such as well? China had their own system, so it just basically didn't even need to link up. This was only for Western society. So I think it's an interesting hypothesis. There's a Wikipedia article on it. Feel free to read it if you'd like. But yeah, I think that's interesting. And it got us into the discussion because Vamp was just discussing this historical battle from the year 1400, and I'm here thinking to myself, well, that's like 600 years ago, and here it was still affecting her, 600 years later. So quite a story. But yeah, Europe is full of all of that old world history. I mean, here in the United States, everything that we have is basically, I mean, not everything, but most of it is within the last 300 years, where, within a mile of where you grew up, there was seemingly like almost an ancient battleground. It's really interesting how connected to history it is. In the village where you grew up, was it pretty traditional?
Yeah, because it was actually just farmers and some people living in it. It was not big. Like, even when you would travel 600 years ago, it's kind of a station where you just hold down in between and just have a big camp.
In my opinion, Germany has, I would say, arguably one of the most important cities in the world. And perhaps it's not the most important, but perhaps in some ways it is. Do you know what city I would reference when I would say I think that there's one city in Germany that's more important than all the others? Which one do you think I would name? Frankfurt. From its banking power. Has an ancient banking history, and I think has a lot of power in the future as well.
I mean, if I had to compare, if I, Frankfurt actually has at the moment the same standards that big cities in the US, full of drug abuse and dirty. It's like in between office and dirt.
I understand that. I think that's planned, and that's more evidence towards it. I just know if you look at Germany's major banks and historically the power that Frankfurt has garnered.
Yeah, that's very true. I can just think about how and what is based in Frankfurt and how the people around me work and where they go, even for just like meeting or something like that.
To my knowledge, Deutsche Bank isn't Deutsche Bank.
Deutsche Bank, yeah.
So I mean, that's the most powerful bank in Europe. Well, in at least German in continental Europe. And but I mean, what it really comes down to is the Juden gas. The it's no longer there, but essentially the Jewish ghetto where Meyer Amschel Rothschild began the dynasty. It's no longer there. That area was destroyed during World War II, but there's, I mean, that's the birthplace of the founding of the world's banking dynasty. So, in my opinion, it will generally in the future have an important place. I think in global.
Banking and finances had always a huge influence on structured Germany itself, even earlier in history, with all the richness and the rules from kings and every person had the opportunity to earn money from their own lands and people.
Do you know about okay, do you know about the Fugars?
I don't think so.
So the Fugars, it's like where we get the term fucker, like fuck, like the idea.
Yeah, now I get it. Okay, yes, I know.
You know about that banking family? very, very fascinating. So as Vamp, go ahead. No, you're absolutely fine. So as I understand it, and I'm by no means an expert, but okay. So you had the Medicis, certainly, who dominated banking during the Renaissance. The Fugars took over the title, I would say, of the Pope's banker, following the Medicis into like the 16th century, into like the 1500s, and helped. Oh, yeah, that's what it was. They were the ones. So there's not a lot that was published about them, but from what I know, they were the ones who funded Christopher Columbus's his travel. So like that. Okay, so let me think about this. He was an Italian who was sailing for the Spanish, and the Spanish had just gone in. It was 1492. That's the year of the Spanish Inquisition. So basically, when they kicked all the Jews out of and Muslims out of Spain. Basically, as I understand, the House of Aragon and those other Castile, all those other Spanish houses could not afford to send a huge fleet out, so they had to go to the House of Fugger. Well, they went to the Pope, and the Pope went to the House of Fugger. House of Fugger basically ran the banking in Central Europe, and were able to lend out what was needed to be able to get to the New World and pay for that. And then from there, they're the ones who really started to fund all the essentially the Spanish conquest of the New World was funded from the Fugers, as I understand. Now, from there, the Rothschilds take over this in the year, between the years like 1750 and 1812. Or 1815, 1750 and 1815. So over the course of like 65 years, they take over the title of the world's bankers. But essentially, for a period of about 300 years, between the Medicis and the Rothschilds, the Fugger family was the most powerful family in the world, and they were the wealthiest family in the world. In fact, if you look up the most famous Fugger member, his name is Jacob the Rich. He was so rich, he was just known as Jacob the Rich, and his name is Jacob Fugger. Yes. Let's talk about that. Vamp, I was getting to that. Okay, I was just going to ask you. Do you know about this Fugger complex? It's the... Okay. So let's tell James about it. So essentially, the Fuggers were, as I understand, Roman Catholics, and wanted to ensure that there was something for the poor, because they were becoming so phenomenally wealthy through the banking industry. So through essentially being money lenders. So what they were able to do was build a complex where Vamp has been, that is the world's oldest pre-built complex that's been in continuous operation. And essentially, in order to live there, it has the original tenants have the same lease that they had like 500 years ago or 300 years ago, and it only costs like $5 a year or whatever it is in euros, like €5 a year to rent the an apartment for an entire year. So basically, it's very, very cheap, like extremely cheap, $5, and then you get the whole place for an entire year. There have been people who have been living there for like 300 years from each family. Is that correct, Vamp?
Yeah, I even see here they have like for the whole year to live there is 88 cents.
Oh, it's 88 cents, not even $5. I was just throwing out a number there. 88 cents. Thank you. So even less than that.
Making it in euros here, yeah, so it's kind of
It's a really interesting story, and basically this was all paid for 300 years ago by, or more than that, 500 years ago, by this benefactor Jacob the Rich. I agree. I think it's also
interesting because they just started actually out as people who made a huge business with fabric. As they had already not so much money and influence, they just let everyone money. This is how they got the connection. This is how they even got connected with the church and everything, because they gave money to the church. It's not just a good thought, it was like just have a credit. They gave everyone a credit. And so these people have been in debt for them. But as it came to voting, it got pricey for the family. This is why they have been go down the days. And just had concentration much more in international things than just in the area.
great question.
Meanwhile, you cannot live there.
Isn't it like all the families have been grandfathered in?
Let me see if there, but I don't think. Maybe a part of it I don't know, but this is very cool. When you want to visit there, you can go even inside some houses, so you can even see the complete house, how it looks like.
Okay, so it's known as the Fugari, and it's the oldest existing social housing complex in the world. It is a city.
It's actually Rabbi.
Uh-huh.
It's Fugarai.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Fugarai. Say it the way that she says it. Fugarai. And it is still inhabited today, affording it the status of the world's oldest public housing project. And so let's see how you get in to live there.
I think I get it faster.
I'm going to race you.
Page.
Okay, here's how you do it. The conditions. Okay, the conditions to live there remain the same as they were 500 years ago. One must live at least 2 years in Augsburg, be of the Catholic faith, and have become indigent without debt. The 5 gates are locked every day at 10 p.m. So you have to live in the city for 2 years. You have to be Catholic, and then you have to be you can't have any debt.
You even have to pray 3 times a day. It stands here. And on the homepage.
So this guy, in 1520. So this is what's amazing to me about these trusts. 500 years ago, more than 500 years ago, this guy put a trust together, and It's been carefully he put in for 10,000 guilders, whatever the fuck that is. Like probably like I don't know. It's probably like $10,000 now or something. I don't know. And according to the Wall Street Journal, the trust has been carefully managed, with most of its income coming from forestry holdings, which they favored in the 17th century after losing money in higher yielding investments. The annual return of the trust has ranged from an after inflation rate of 0.5 to 2%. And so, I mean, this is still a trust that's running. And so, in my opinion, truthfully, why can't our philanthropists of the world do that now? Like, if this guy was able to do this 500 years ago and it is still producing for people, and obviously they don't need any money and it has all the upkeep, well, why can't we do that now? I don't understand that, but that's just neither here nor there. But yeah, it's the oldest public housing complex in the world, and it's fascinating. And I'm just thrilled that Vamp, you knew exactly where I was going with this. I was going to ask you about this, if it was close to where you live. So you live pretty close to Augsburg? Perhaps she does. Who knows? That's okay. Well, you okay? Oh, wow. Very close. Wow. So are any of them Catholic? No, none of them. You take care, Vamp. It was a pleasure as always. Take care. Sweet dreams. Yeah, exactly. So nobody wants to discuss. No, like I'm going to tell you this, James. I love words. I love banking. I'm a Rothschild. You can look at my ID. No one knows more about this fucking word than I do, and I've been looking for the etymology my whole life. And I think I'm basically the only person who knows this. So essentially, as I was saying, the Rothschilds took over the title of the world's bankers from the Fugger family, the Fugger family. And once the tide was shifting, they wanted to, and I don't know this from any internal family discussions, but this is just what I've garnered, is that the Rothschild family wanted to essentially make fun of the previous dynasty. So anything that was considered bad was known as fugger. And that was bastardized a little bit to fucker. So whenever you say the fucking thing, it was basically like, that's our enemy and we've defeated them. And now we're using this in English context. That's how I've known it to be. Now you will find like you'll find everything under the sun for the etymology of this, but in reality, I think that's what it is. I'm almost certain that's what it is. It comes from the Fugger family. Oh, it's an amazing one. You can use it basically anywhere. I agree with you. It is ROTHSCHILD. I agree. But most certainly, I want to make essentially the world's bank someday. And I think I'll be able to do it. I have more data on the internet than any person in global history. Data is Earth's #1 resource, which means in my own way, I'm like the world's richest person. Now, am I? No, but I will be perhaps one day if people actually realize how much data is worth. The Economist magazine has said that data is the Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data than any person. And this isn't AI data, which this is real life. For the past 2.5 years, I've been, and So that means going back to the pandemic, we've seen the birth of AI, the death of the coronation of a king, and everything in between. And so I plan on starting a bank when this all becomes a big thing. Now, look, it's going to take some time, but this is what I'm going to do. And this is what I think is smart. Eventually, I think that companies, they already make so much money. It's like they're getting to the point where they're becoming much more worried about their their scores, essentially their environmental, their sustainability, their inclusivity scores. Okay, fine. So exactly. So I think that they're going to move more towards a focus on ESG and less a focus away from profits to some extent. And eventually, one company is going to say, you know what? We could run ourselves as a profitable company. Like, for instance, Google or Alphabet. They could say, look, we gross, let's say $1 trillion a year, whatever they want to gross. Okay, fine. But if we gave away 50% of that or 51% of that, well, what would that mean? It means, number one, we're then a not-for-profit or non-profit, however we want to define ourselves. But number two, then we're a charity. We're no longer a business, and we have a much better look in terms of how we are expressed to society. So in I think that the world will move much more towards a charitable system, charitable trusts, and really more towards a socialist or communist system in the future. So long story short, I think there's an opportunity perhaps for someone to say, if you wanted to be a very profitable institution, any bank, or I'm sorry, if you started a bank or a credit union and you told businesses, if you want to give us 51% of your profits or whatever, will be your charity, will be your trust, essentially, will be your foundation. And then you can advertise yourself as a charity. So essentially, I think in the future, you may have a situation where you would have an Amazon, a huge profitable company. Yeah, but they give away 51% of their profits to charity, and then it's a charity in itself. I think that they'll want to change the way that they do business. So, and that's just something that I would want to do perhaps. But as of right now, trust me, I'm not worried about making a bank. I'm worried about focusing on going viral. So how am I doing that? James, you said you've seen me follow you with like 2 of my accounts on Twitter Spaces or on Twitter, right? Excellent. Well, I still have this robot that just comes out and follows people all day long, and it follows 400 people per account per hour. So, and I use like 8 accounts, so it follows like 8 times 4, 3,200 people an hour. So I don't know, it follows over like 50,000 people a day, which is a lot of people. It's a lot of impressions that you're making on people. And one of these people are going to see this and they're going to say, holy shit, this person is streaming their life online 24 hours a day. If anything, this is really interesting that you can literally, whenever you want, connect with this person. I mean, James, you're a witness to this over the course of the time that we've been speaking. I don't want to say I'm always online, but I'm basically always online. The only reason why I'm not online in here ever is, one, if they ban me, because they do. Why do I say they ban me? Here's why they ban me, and this pisses me off. This pisses me off. Somebody will want to chat with me in the chat. Okay, so they'll at me at Rabbi Rothschild. Okay, well, I'm not looking at the chat right now. I'm talking with you, and I'm doing I'm watching Bob Ross. I'm listening to the radio, and I've got 50 cameras going. I'm just not paying attention to that. So in order to get my attention, they will remove my ability to stream. So then I have to go into the chat and start complaining. Hey, why did you remove my ability to chat? And they'll say, oh, somebody was looking for you. Somebody wanted you. I'm like, well, Jesus Christ, I am live in the stream. You could talk with me if you want. But even still, I don't work for anybody. I do this on my own volition. I don't answer to anyone. If somebody wants to get a hold of me, send me a DM. Like anybody else. You shouldn't remove my streaming privileges just because somebody wanted to get a hold of me. Anyway, so they will do that. So that's one reason why I get taken down. Another reason, which is really interesting, my phone sometimes gets too hot, and it's just an old iPhone. And if you know anything about iPhones, they're bad with temperature, and sometimes it just gets too hot for the camera, so it'll shut down, and I'll be asleep at the time. So you normally be able to watch me when I sleep, but if it shuts off while I'm asleep, then I have to, when I awake. Aside from that, those are the only two times that I'm not in here. Or if like the app crashes, but frankly, that's been pretty consistent. So as you know, you can watch me 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And I think that's going to be really interesting to someone on Earth. Particularly, I think it'll be interesting to people in the, not just like globally. Yeah, it's interesting about yes, the topics about which we discuss or about which we talk are interesting, like advanced propulsion and hydrogen cars um and boring systems and geothermal power and nuclear fission and nuclear fusion and you know futurology and adrenochrome and all the other interesting things about which we discuss. Okay, that's one thing. On top of that, though, this has a lot of opportunity for humans to be able to study it from a biological standpoint. My heartbeat, my temperature, my behavior patterns, my bathing patterns, my eating patterns, all of that is really beneficial to society. I think could be perhaps. And then really, I think people just want to connect to a person. If somebody's bored at home, sometimes they just have something on in the background. And I think I really could fill a need that many people in society have of just being bored and wanting to connect with someone. And to know that they could always watch me whenever they wanted, whether I'm in my bed or I'm jet setting around the world, trying to help the world in developing countries or in going skydiving, whatever I may be doing. I think it could be really interesting to society. So it's just a matter of time. The longer I stream, the more people find out about it, the more momentum I gain. And I really think the place where I'm going to go big is on Twitter. I agree.
People say Dan about Star Wars all the time as well, but if you watch History Squadron, it's free on freebies right now as well. You'll see exactly what I mean.
Yeah, I do. So I do my best to study dreams, my own dreams. So I've had sleep studies done in the past. When I was a kid, I used to have a process that was known as lucid dreaming, where I actually knew I was dreaming. And I lost that ability to do that. I've been able to affect my dreams, and I can still affect my dreams. So how do I do it? Well, I would say the best thing that I've done for my dreaming is keep myself on camera all the time, because that means right when I awake, after saying a short little prayer that I say as a Jew right when I awake. Not all Jews do it. We should, but I say into the camera exactly what I dreamed the night before if I remember. So I'll say whatever it may be. So and so from synagogue was there, and so from college was there, and we were at this food court, or we were on this cruise ship, or we were in the space shuttle, whatever it was. I say it into the camera, and that helps me remember it immediately. If I don't do that, if I get up and I go to the bathroom or something, I totally forget my dream a lot of times. Additionally, I'll have ways I can control my dreams. So how's that? Well, in the past, I used to be able to do it through lucid dreaming, which I think is just in order to lucid dream, the best way to do it is to have a decalcified pineal gland. But I think as I get older, and most people get older, your pineal gland, because of fluoride and heavy metals in your water, it calcifies. So you no longer have this really deep kind of dreaming like you had when you were a kid. However, I went through a process where I had all these water filters and some other supplements so that I could decalcify my pineal gland, and I was able to lucid dream again. So what? Just one time though. So I've had one lucid dream in 25 years probably, but before then, when I was a kid, I was able to. Okay, fine. Then in order to control my dreams, can't always do it, but I find that I can set a tone for my dream within the first, like, in order to do so, I have to prep my life within the first hour before I go to bed. So what would that be? Like if I want to have a very, like a really deep sleep, I always make sure I'm wearing a face mask. I try to remove any kind of light in the room, especially blue light. I would even put in like have like an a a uh, a white noise machine or something to cut out any kind of distractions. Okay. I can also though affect it by if I want to like by foods that I might eat beforehand. But I find particularly like the if I'm like watching a television show or listening to music right before I go to bed, I mean, and I might even fall asleep during it, and I have it continuing to play as I fall asleep, I can have a dream that's related to that television show or that movie or that documentary if I keep it on while I'm sleeping. So it's just something in this in your subconscious that's hearing that, and sometimes I think that can also almost integrate into your own dreams. But the key that I find is immediately upon awakening, I tell the dream, I tell the camera exactly what dream I had, exactly what happened in the dream, and I do go through periods of my life as well. I think when I'll dream every single night and I'll tell the camera exactly what happened. And then there's sometimes where I don't think I mean, I know I dream at night, but I just don't remember. It depends when you awaken in the sleep cycle, depends how deeply you're sleeping. But yeah, I would say I do dream and I do my best to document the dreams as best I can. And I feel I'm at an advantage to do it because I'm on camera all the time. James, did that answer your question? Excellent. Yeah, I do. So, I mean, I'm certainly not an expert in it, and I don't know if anybody really necessarily is. But like the early psychoanalyzers, Freud and such, um, uh, Young, I would say that they were certainly onto things like, perhaps if you have a nightmare, you might have a more, I would say, stress going on in your life, perhaps in your normal life if you have a nightmare. Um, I think as well, there's certainly, I think outside factors can affect your life, can affect your dreams. So if you have children, you have other fears that build up inside you that may only come out subconsciously. So I would say that the analysis of dreams is certainly something that is beneficial. I think as well, sometimes you don't even need to analyze dreams. You can get really good ideas from dreams. In fact, many inventors, many innovators, many entrepreneurs say that they got their ideas from a business in a dream or some type of scientific discovery in a dream. A song came to them in a dream. So I think dreams are very powerful and it's important to analyze them. The thing that I think there's two reasons why I don't think we discuss them more in society. Number one, it's very difficult well, maybe three reasons. One, it's very difficult to recount them. You have to like literally like awake immediately and document it. Number two, you can't share the actual dream with anyone at this point. There is something in the future that has been hypothesized that's known as a dream viewer that allows a third party to view on a monitor what is going on, what someone's dreaming in their mind. But we don't currently have that type of technology. But people, but technology is moving towards that point where you'd have a dream viewer. But that's probably still 30 to 50 years away at least. So in the meantime, I think that prevents us. And then finally, it's taboo to talk about dreams. Um, particularly because some people dream and some people don't. Some people have very sexual dreams and they don't want to talk about that in public. And I would say as well, another element of a dream that I have as well that I think is important to mention is the wet dream. So I have found that if I go for more than a month without ejaculation, I just have a natural night emission that will come. But in addition to the night emission, I will have a very vivid dream, very sexual dream that may take place as well. And so if I don't pleasure myself, or because I'm retaining or whatever, that will happen naturally. And I would say that the wet dream is generally correlates with that very vivid sexualized dream. I'm trying to think of any other kind of dreams that I have, or the analysis. But I do think it's important to analyze your dreams. People just don't do it though because I think it's a taboo subject.
I'm very fascinated by dreams, and yes, I hear you with the retaining and all that, the wet dream. I think that's also like very, very fascinating because it's an insight into
Absolutely.
and there's a lot to unpack with that as well because there's a lot going on with the unconscious and sexual energy. So yeah, very fascinating stuff.
I agree, my friend.
Rabbi, this has been another great discussion. I appreciate it.
Absolutely, James. You take care. Keep the Cornhusker State safe, and we'll talk to you soon.
Sounds great, Rabbi. Have a good night.
You too. Take care, baby.
I think it's cool in the sense of all the good things which have been coming Inglewood's way. I drive by the construction of it. I want to say maybe once or twice a month. It is directly. Remember, Mark, when I was talking about Sinopolis and how the great experience I had there? I must have forgotten. Sorry. Well, I went to Sinopolis and we were talking about how movie theaters need to stay current, and they have a great experience. The reason I bring it up is because it is directly across the street from the Intuit Dome. And as you drive through Inglewood, you'll see this sprawling entertainment complex, which is not unlike LA Live in downtown, but there's more room to put these hotels and attractions and things which are really going to be attractive for people who are coming for all these events that I was telling you about. You're going to have some 40 basketball events at the Intuit Dome. You're going to have equally as many at the Kia Forum and the YouTube Live Center Theater, and you're going to have at least 24, 17, got 8 homes to go, about 17 football games with 8 for the Chargers and 8 for the Rams. At least one will have 9. So you will always have a major event going on in Inglewood. Now, if you're a resident there, it's not going to be cool as far as traffic, but as far as the amount of money which is in the economic renewal which is coming into that city, it's untold anywhere in the city. That's all. Okay. I'm just saying it's there's no comparable time as far as the amount of construction and billion-dollar businesses being brought to, I would say, a relatively small city geographically. I think what may have caused my eyes to glaze over is that you were talking about sports. You threw me with the Sinopolis part. Oh, I thought you may not have been in that night, but we had talked about movies and how movie theaters need to catch up. And I talked about how it was right where Hollywood Park it used to be, and how all these things are being purposefully built with the understanding that it's going to be a thriving entertainment metroplex just about every night of the week. Is this one of the things that's making it so that I, Mark Bronner, will never afford a house? Well, not in Inglewood. Anywhere? No, seriously, because the property values have more than tripled. If you have like a $400,000 house, it's easily 1.2, 1.3 million, and the house you have to change that all. Now, as far as the new construction, if you remember, you would know, Mark, since you weren't living here at the time, but if you lived in LA in, I would say, the late 90s, downtown LA was a ghost town. There was nothing going on downtown. There was no nightlife. There were no clubs. There was not even housing, really. There were old businesses, and after the business day ended, everyone left. I used to work downtown for the Los Angeles Chamber Orchestra at 8th and Hill. I saw it firsthand, but when they started building the Staples Center, they had all this renewal, and they started building the condos, and relatively quickly, the cost of living down there and the price of housing skyrocketed. Same thing is happening in Inglewood, but there's actually more room to build a lot of this stuff. I could almost afford a place in Riverside. That's not a bad thing. If we had an actual mass transit system which works, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Because if you went to the East Coast, yeah, you could live, let's say, in Virginia and work in Washington, D.C. You could work live in Delaware and work in Washington, D.C. Geographically, it's not that far when you compare it to California. No, my current plan is to buy a van and park it in front of your place. That's fine. But I still want charges. No, because I remember when I was trying to buy my first place, and I was working in Sherman Oaks, and I was looking out as far as Homedale, because back then Homedale was relatively affordable if you were willing to make that 45-mile drive each day. But if you cover California, that's the trade-off. You know, you can live real close and live in a hovel of some, 45 square feet, or you can live much further out and then have to pay an arm and a leg for gas each month. Yeah, maybe we can start getting some of those Tokyo-style sleeping cribs that are a mere couple thousand a month. If I were still single, and let's say in my 20s or whatever, I would live in one of those micro apartments. I absolutely would, because I don't need large things. I have a small car. My house is not that big. I don't need all that accoutrement, they say. Accoutrement. Somebody here's a Winnebago man fan. Accoutrement. Look, I don't need, if I were by myself, I could easily get by on 500 square feet. I compulsively watch those YouTube videos about the guy who just walks up to coincidentally hot women and asks what they pay for rent and then gets tours of their apartments. I haven't seen that. They're all over YouTube, and they're always fairly microscopic places that are, thousands and thousands of dollars a month in New York, some in LA, but you can tell what stage of life you're at by what YouTube videos you gravitate to. And now I'm firmly in the real estate stage of my life. It's weird because there's a lot of truth to that, because I refuse to watch TV, real estate, or home flipping show, whatever, until I could buy some property. I refuse. Oh, it's torture. It's torture, and it bothers me so much I didn't even want the imagery. Yeah, it's worse than watching those food videos, the chef videos. Just whichever one it is, you can't have it right. And my wife just watches them religiously, talking about these $19 million homes with it, like these but it's all about selling real estate and flipping houses, and something like $25 million. I can't watch that. I'm never going to have that. And if I could have that, I'm not so sure I would want it. Honestly, you're a man of modesty, and clearly all my talks to you about Kwai Chang Caine have started to flop, despite your ridicule. I never watched that track. Oh, we got to go to a break. I'm sorry, but we have to do the news break. It's 40 like everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Start knowing when we come back. Right now, Mark Warner with the news. Prosecutors say there were at least 11 victims of a driving instructor accused of molesting and secretly filming female students in San Diego. 50-year-old Richard Joseph Banks has pleaded not guilty and is being held without bail. The man who shot and killed 5 people at an LGBTQ nightclub in Colorado in 2022 is being hit with dozens of charges. Court documents say Anderson Lee Aldrich pleaded guilty to 50 federal hate crime charges, 24 firearm violations today. And ratings for the Emmy Awards hit a record low. The 75th annual Emmys, hosted by Anthony Anderson, had an audience of 4.3 million total viewers. This was also the first time the Emmys aired against an NFL playoff game, which might have had something to do with it. Stall's been cleared on the 101 in downtown LA. That's Northtown. Just before the 110 has been moved out of the right lane, and looks like traffic has recovered there. And as you make your way on the 118 heading east on Mission Hill from Sepulveda to the Vine, the right lane coned off through a work zone. That's set to reopen at 6 a.m. And in Diamond Bar on the 60 heading eastbound from the 57th to Diamond Bar Boulevard, the right lane shut down there for road work. That's set to reopen at 6 in the morning. AFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. From Pedro Moreno. This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world, and I'm thankful to you for trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the powerful. We'll always be here for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for a where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. Take control with Reputation Defender. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-948-6033 to speak to an expert. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results. Just being arrested for DUI, convicted or not, makes the DMV try to suspend your license, and you have only 10 days to stop them. That's not fair. Call 1-800-NO-COPS. What you don't know can and will hurt you. Call 1-800-NO-COPS.
You don't hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocate is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-506-9295. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmares today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-506-9295. That's 800-506-9295. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
In a small Tennessee town, a killer was caught by unlikely investigators, high school students, and their teacher, Alex Campbell. Though the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation supports their theory, no charges have been filed. Brother 101 follows the students as they endeavor to complete the assignment. Once you start getting a few tips or a few leads or few identifications, then the cold case isn't so cold anymore.
Listen to Murder 101 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like Media, a commercial-free station featuring deep album tracks from iconic artists. Just search Media and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good. You'll learn more before breakfast than most people learn all day. Wake Up Call with Amy King, live 5 to 6 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI 640 Slater with Mo Kelly. Coming up shortly will be Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie, but he joins me right now. George, good evening, my friend. I escaped the frigid weather of St. Louis. You sound so very close. Don't sneak up on me like that. A crack the eye? On the show tonight, we're going to talk about how the silliest little events can change your life, and then later on, the magic of animals. Coast to coast. Is it kind of like the butterfly effect? Sort of. Okay. Good point. Look, I did what you do, George, okay? That's why I listen. Not maybe you should lie. That's fine. Just make sure I give some sort of attribution. I always do. I'll talk to you soon, my friend. Coming up, actually, I saw this story, and being a space enthusiast, the ISS, the International Space Station, has an expiration date sometime in 2030, and they're trying to retire it. And they have to, they're fielding recommendations, they're planning about how they're going to do this controlled burn re-entry so it disintegrates in the atmosphere and lands hopefully harmlessly somewhere in some deep ocean space. Now, I have to ask Mark Ronner this, and I'll ask you this, Paula. I think he might have been too young to remember, but Mark Ronner might have been old enough. Hey, now I'm being serious. There's no need to get first. Do you remember when Skylab was formed? Only vaguely. In 1979, Skylab, the forerunner of the modern-day International Space Station, it was about as big as a container. a shipping container, cylindrical in nature, and it was falling back to Earth. They never did any missions to it. They put some astronauts on it, and you could only stay like maybe 3 weeks at a time, if I remember correctly. But its orbit began to decay in around middle to late 1979. I think it was even over the summer, something like that. But we were talking about it in fourth grade, near the end of school year. I remember that. And we were talking about where was it going to land, because there was a fear that it was going to land, in a populated area, because the technology wasn't such that they could necessarily guarantee that it was going to completely burn up the air. I think it landed somewhere around Australia in the ocean. I honestly haven't looked it up, but it just reminded me of that. Except the ISS is, I don't know, 20 times bigger in nature. And you think about all the space junk we have up there. It hopefully goes smoothly. But didn't they do a movie on it? The first one. Was it Skylab? Yeah. I think they did a movie on it, because that sounds like a familiar movie. Well, I know they've done documentaries on it, but I don't know if they've done like a cinematic interpretation of it. But yeah, Skylab was in 1979. I do remember that, because I was in fourth grade going to fifth grade, something like that. And all this kind of stuff was a real big deal for me, because I was too young to grow up with the Apollo missions. So I couldn't really enjoy any of the trips to the moon or early space exploration. But I remember Skylab, and then of course we had the shuttle after that. Yeah, I feel like my only Skylab memory is a pinball machine that had that on the back glass. I don't remember it at all. Oh yeah, I definitely remember Skylab, and I remember them talking about what would become the International Space Station, how they would be adding modules. And I'm kind of surprised that the ISS has an expiration date, because it has been so useful in so many ways for not only NASA, but for private space industry use, and all the scientific experiments that we've been conducting there. And since there's not a replacement for it, I wonder what will be. I'm quite sure there's some black side up there or something. No, but remember, we had talked about this maybe a couple of years ago. No, not the moon stuff, but one of the things that came out of the launch of Space Force was the news that they were working on a new international space station, which would be able to sustain longer and could be converted to something that could be sustainable on the surface of the moon. So that's what I mean. That's like some sort of something connected to the moon. I don't know how soon or how far away that is, but I just know that the ISS has an expiration date of 2030, and hopefully it won't land in my backyard. Those are mostly water. It's going to crash in the water. That's the goal. That's the expectation. But it's a big ass space station, and they were concerned about even Skylab completely drying up, and it actually hit the Earth. So there's more of a concern with this one, that they got to get it right for now. Think about the movie that this could make, though. Remember Tom Cruise talking about Top Gun 3? Remember he was supposed to be making a movie in outer space? Yeah, I know. This could be it. It could be ISS. No, they just came out of a movie called ISS, as a matter of fact. And it looks horrible. But I'm not, is it out yet? I'm not sure. I think it's out. I've seen a trailer or two of it. It just seems mediocre. Yeah. It's supposed to be an international incident where you have cosmonauts, astronauts, kind of like 2010: A Space Odyssey. Can't trust those cosmonauts. Yeah. It just seems very formulaic. That's all. I just didn't get into it from what it was being presented as. It looks like it comes out like this week. So there we go. No one's like really expecting. Tell us, does it have like a long line or something? A description? There's tensions flare in the near future aboard the International Space Station when the worldwide conflict breaks out. There it is. Mm-hmm. Okay. I can see that though. That story sounds almost exactly like 2010: A Space Odyssey. Are you sure about that, huh? I'm being serious. Don't you remember the story? I remember it quite well. I read the book. This is the thing I know about. Okay, so you remember they're on the Leona, and they're almost back to the Discovery, and then some stuff breaks out on Earth with this conflict where they're getting close to nuclear war, and they say the American astronauts have to go to the want them awfully honest. Yeah, I thought that was kind of unfortunate that they tied it to that stuff because the original 2001 is such a work of transcendent genius and it didn't rely on the headlines like that. Yeah, but I'm saying as far as the movie 2010, that was the backstory. So yeah, it seemed rather familiar. Wasn't that one of those Peter Hyams hot boilers back from the 80s? Where he was cranking out like Outland, Capricorn 1. I like all three of them. I like Outland. With Sean Connery, right? Oh yeah. Capricorn 1, yeah. OJ, yes. OJ and Silly Savannah. Get your God, get your head down. You want to beat that? No. Those are some entertaining 80s trash, but nowhere near in the category of the original 2001. No, not at all. But they were fine for what they were. We'll see you tomorrow. KFI AM 640.
Motherfucker said, goddamn.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Well, at least you've decided to listen to KFI. See, you're making progress.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Medical experts want you to give blood, and no, it's not a doctor Acula. I'm Mark Bronner, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The American Red Cross says it's experiencing an emergency blood shortage in LA and across the country. The Red Cross's Stephanie Grant says donations will ensure life-saving medical procedures won't be delayed.
This is the lowest number of people getting blood in 20 years. The last donations are needed now.
She says LA is seeing a low donor turnout for several reasons, including the pandemic and eligibility changes. Grant says the Red Cross needs people in the area to roll up their sleeves and tap a vein. Well, help out with her words. Deputies have busted 3 alleged thieves who hit a pharmacy in Chino Hills. One of the deputies had a wrench thrown at their head and another was dragged 30 feet by a getaway car. The security camera company reported the burglary Sunday. Deputies responded, and the 3 thieves inside the pharmacy took off running. The thief who threw the wrench was arrested shortly after. The thief who tracked a deputy in the getaway car led deputies on a chase and was arrested near Roland Heights. The third thief was found through an extensive perimeter search. The search of the car turned up stolen pharmaceuticals and a safe from another burglary. Blake Trolley, KFI News. Crisis response teams specializing in psychiatric interventions are now available 24/7 throughout Riverside County. We partnered with mental health outreach organization Sycamores last fall, initially offering services on a limited basis. 5 new response vans have been added as part of the
MILF time.
24-hour service.
MILF time, dog.
$1 million contract will expire at the end of 2025-26.
What did you think?
Riverside could renew it for 2 more years.
You are so fucking
Investigators have released
very
video
good.
of
Why do you know about it? You know about every spot on earth where you can maybe live without. Do you still need 88 cents a fucking year though? Yeah, where are you gonna get that? Good point. It's not like they pay for your food and stuff. Maybe. I don't know. I want a spot there though. Really? Yeah, it looks nice. It looks cool. Yo, dog. Something's up with that shit.
The Supreme Court has declined to weigh in on the issue of restroom access for transgender students by rejecting an appeal from a school district in Indiana, allowing the Chicago-based 7th Circuit Court of Appeals decision to stand, which granted transgender boys access to boys' restrooms. Federal appeals courts are divided on the issue. Mark Remillard says at least 9 states require transgender students to use the restroom that matches their sex assigned at birth. And Hamas has released another video of 3 kidnapped Israelis.
The terrorist group claiming 2 of the male hostages are dead, using the IDF, killing them in an airstrike. The spokesman for the IDF, Daniel Hagari, calling that a quote lie.
ABC's Jordana Miller says one of the hostages in the latest video is a young woman who was seen on video the day Hamas attacked, screaming for help in the back of a motorcycle. She's driven away. Israel has called the video another cruel part of Hamas's psychological warfare. Now it's into a crash apparently caused by a large tire in Riverside on the 60. That's headed eastbound just after Main Street. That crash looks like that vehicle struck that large tire, dragged it out of lanes over the right-hand shoulder now. As a result of that, though, other debris have scattered along the road. Pump the brakes as you approach traveling. In Ontario on the 15th southbound, just after Eureka Street, there's an overturned car on its roof. Pump the brakes as you approach. And in Orange on the 55 southbound, just before Chapman Avenue, there's an injury crash. The 3 right-hand lanes are blocked. Multiple vehicles involved in that one. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Russell Ford. And Southland weather from KFI, clouds and fog tonight with lows around 50, upper 40s in the IE and AZ. Cloudy tomorrow afternoon with highs in the low 60s at the beaches, Metro LA, OC, the Valley, mid 60s in the Inland Empire and Antelope Valley. We'll have upper 60s through Friday, then a chance of rain Saturday through Monday. Right now it is 55 in Irvine, 52 in Yorba Linda, 55 in Carson, 57 in Huntington Beach. To be local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Mark Bronner. This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world, and I'm thankful to you for trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the powerful. We'll always be here for you. Morgan & Morgan, visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. In this week's Marketers Report, Raja Lanar, Chief Marketing and Communications Officer at MasterCard, talks about measurement. Measuring sonic and sonic branding and sonic initiatives across the board. The principles of measurement are the same, but the parameters that you measure are different. We measure, and what we find is our investment is paying for itself in food. We have been partnering with iHeart across multiple platforms, both for brand enhancement as well as for performance marketing. I think it's a cut-through of the message and the recall of the brand are much higher. Also, it has been very beneficial for us to integrate some of our campaigns into the native content of iHeart. It has been a very nice partnership and it continues to be very strong into the future. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. For official rules and more information about contents on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. There's no better time in the new year to help protect your identity and finances. LifeLock detects potential threats to your identity that you may miss on your own. If you do become a victim, a U.S.-based LifeLock restoration specialist will work to fix it. LifeLock is the New Year's resolution that's easy to keep. Save 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com. Promo code PLAY to save 25%. That's lifelock.com. Promo code PLAY. Outdoor recreation is alive and well at the Barn Hall Show, January 25th to the 28th at the Long Beach Convention Center. Fishing, boating, hunting, travel, off-road, and overland adventure. Hundreds of seminars and a full day of family fun. Don't miss it. Details at hallshows.com. I'd like to welcome a new sponsor to the show, and it's Next Week by Oracle. And this one really resonates with me. Because no matter what business you're in, technology is simply part of it. And that's where a customized solution with Next Week comes into play. What NetSuite does is help you do what all of us business owners want, make more profit. It'll help you manage risk, get reliable forecasts, improve margins, drive down expenses, increase revenue. Download the NetSuite checklist designed to help your business perform, and it's free. There's no downside on this one. Go to netsuite.com/KFI, netsuite.com/KFI.
Could be deep. I have a chance already. Because I have to get a couple of listeners. You'll fucking want to channel. Feel like yeah, of course, that I hear that anywhere. You'll fucking understand that you heard. You'll fucking want to challenge me. Check it out. Multiple.
We're not just in smart speakers, we're in a couple of smart ears as well. From the City of Angels near the Pacific Ocean, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Norrie. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, the magic of animals. Here's what's happening. Winter weather is continuing to disrupt air travel. More than 1,700 flights have already canceled, 3,700 delayed, according to the tracking site FlightAware. United Airlines and Southwest Airlines have each canceled more than 300 flights. The storm has impacted airports across much of the country, from Houston and Chicago, where United was holding incoming flights to New York, Delta holding its flights bound Health officials in the nation's capital are warning of a possible measles exposure after a person with a confirmed case traveled to two of the busiest airports in the region while returning home from an international trip. I got the measles when I was a kid. You probably did too, but apparently they're still afraid of it. Qatar and France have brokered a deal with Israel and Palestinian Islamist group Hamas to deliver urgent medication to some 45 Israeli hostages held by the group in Gaza in return for humanitarian and medical aid to the most vulnerable citizens. The two countries said the aid would leave Qatar for Egypt on Wednesday before being taken across the border. Donald Trump's iron grip on the Republican Party has been clear since the day he announced he would make another run for the White House 14 months ago. It can be seen on the party's ideological shift even further to the right on cultural issues and especially on immigration policy. Here's Dr. John Curtis, onlinecolumnist.com. John, this is amazing what he's doing.
Well, it's unprecedented, George, the degree of the victory in Iowa. It's never happened before. Never had somebody that won by 52% of the vote. And the reason for that is that most voters in Iowa believe that Trump has been framed by the U.S. government. They believe that Jack Smith, the special counsel, is a Democrat political hack, basically, that is prosecuting him and charging him with 91 felonies, not all of them Smith, but at least, 40-some-odd felonies there are. They believe that it's for the sole purpose of interfering in the 2024 election, preventing Trump from winning by convicting him of something. But beyond that, the trouble that most Americans have right now is not with Donald Trump. It's with President Joe Biden, who has gotten the U.S. into a proxy war with the Russian Federation, costing us generations of diplomacy, time, and arms control, now for a world in perpetual warfare, all because he says that Ukraine defends the European Union against Russian aggression. What poppycock? What is NATO there to do? Vladimir Putin hasn't threatened NATO. He basically resented the U.S. supplying arms to Ukraine. Now, this victory that Trump had in Iowa is a very clear sign that this administration, both domestically and in foreign policy, have been off the wall, and they cannot afford another 4 years of this mismanagement. So I think if you want to interpret the results of the Iowa caucuses, it's exactly the opposite of what you hear on CNN and on MSNBC and the other liberal networks, that Trump is the one who's destroying democracy in the United States. It's that Biden has destroyed democracy and possibly will start a war with communist China over Taiwan in his next 4 years. So I think if you really want to understand why Iowa voters went so strongly for Trump without him participating in any debate, it's because they believe the government has framed him.
And what happens if he gets the GOP nomination, John, but gets convicted on some of these charges that are hanging over his head?
Well, I obviously think it's going to throw a roadblock into his campaign to some extent, because there are many voters, independents, that will not vote for him in a general election. So I think it would be devastating to his desire to take the White House again. But I think that there are a lot of voters that believe that the government has weaponized the Department of Justice, the FBI, and other intel agencies to go after political opponents.
All right, thank you. Dr. John Curtis, onlinecolumnist.com. Thursday night, Robert Kennedy Jr., who's running as an independent, will be our guest for the first couple months. Half of the nearly 25,000 cities in the United States could become ghost towns by the year 2100, according to a study. Researchers at the University of Illinois Chicago found that in a modest scenario, around half of the cities could lose up to a quarter of their resident populations by the end of the century. If for fertility rates continue to decline, and the exodus from cities gets worse, as many as 2/3 of the cities can see their population shrink significantly. Catherine Austin Fitz is with us. Catherine, do you agree with that study?
So, Dirk, I have no idea, and I'm not a prophet, so I don't know what happens. If you look at the current federal, both the central bank and the Treasury policies, there's been a great set of policies to really move people out of the less dense or lower populated areas. So, for example, during the pandemic, you've seen lots of policies that shut down Main Street while the corporate companies can continue. But the other thing is, if you look at the infrastructure spending, you've really overshot the private infrastructure. So if you pull the federal money, then it's very difficult for the local private economy to continue. But here's what I think is the wild card. If you look at the rise of all-cause mortality of the existing population, and I would say it's from what I call the Great Quarantine, you've got as many people being allowed legally and illegally to come in. So you've got, basically a decline of fertility and a decline of life expectancy with the population. So you're bringing an enormous amount of young people to the southern border, and it looks to me, that it is an intentional replacement policy. So you're depopulating one group and replacing with a much younger group of people coming in from the south.
Other countries are having the same issue.
Yeah, and to me, there's a combination of policies which is intentionally, I hate to say this, we're lowering the population that goes and replacing it with a population that is not yet eligible to vote or is more easily controlled. So it's not a pretty picture. It's the weaponization of sort of population management. And I hate to say that, you and I have talked for years about the missing money. My concern on the missing money was that if you didn't deal with the financial responsibility, if you didn't come up with a financially responsible way of managing the country, then the only way to deal with it was to lower life expectancy. And I hate to say it, that's what we're watching.
What's new at Solary.com, Ken?
Oh, we're having a great year. It's off to a good start. Our number one story for 2023, George, we do a big wrap up in January. Our number one story is 2023, year of the pushback. And then it's interesting, we started off the year every week on money markets, the thing is pushback. Okay, this week it's going to be the going direct reset, which is the centralized reset versus the great pushback.
Eat your own cum?
2020, we got whacked. 2021, everybody thought, well, something's fishy. 2022, they started to act. And then it blossomed in 2023, and I think it's really blossoming now. And it's very dispersed. You're seeing wonderful movement by the state legislators and the state AGs and the state treasurers to do things. And so people everywhere around the world are pushing back. And including people with the professional ability and experience and the platform, like it's been easy to push back. It's going to be a very unpredictable year. I have my favorite quote for the year. I love this. It's that our life is full of great opportunities, brilliantly disguised as impossible situations. So I see a lot of opportunity to make a big difference over the next year. So start pushing down.
Are you fucking me?
Suzanne Summers' widower, Alan Hamill, detailed very strange paranormal events at his California home after his wife's death in October. Hamill explained that a hummingbird hovered in front of a framed picture the couple in their breakfast nook. He noted that the bird landed on top and stayed there. Another example of how the Trees Company star spirit showed up in their Palm Springs home is that the fireplace started, he said, all by itself, and that her music by her favorite composer popped up. Hamill is 87, and he says, I believe now in the afterlife. Suzanne Summers died in October after a decades-long battle with breast cancer. She was 76. In a moment, we're going live to the United Kingdom. Look, chance, chaos, and why everything we do matters.
Brian Class next on Coast to Coast, Dave. I know you're going to want some after hearing this. This is an amazing story. We've got Stephen and Malachi Gregory in Nelson, New Zealand. I understand that Malachi, who's 8, almost 9 years old now, was suffering with not just 1 or 2 warts, but I mean a significant outbreak of warts all over his body. So significant it impacted his ability to really function. Yeah, he was having trouble even holding a pencil to write. That was his book actually that got me thinking about it. Well, I was surprised. It is an amazing immunomodulator, and so I can see that it would work. And so at what point did you see that there was actually improvement and really going to work? Well, we really started to notice it around 12 weeks. You can see these things actually getting smaller and smaller and then going down to where they're just little red nuts. The whole things are gone. And we're talking about one the size of a walnut. I thought, no way that's going to, wow, that's just been miraculous. See him get into a pair of shoes. Yeah. How wonderful. It's great to see him so happy and confident. Absolutely wonderful. Our friends that have seen it, they're just blown away. Hi, this is awesome. Yeah, this is awesome. Another amazing story. Why? We're talking about Carnivora. Call them to awaken your immune system and protect yourself now. Call 1-866-836-8735. That's 1-866-836-8735 or visit carnivora.com. CARNIVORA, carnivora.com. As we head into a presidential election year, get ready. 2024 will be tumultuous. How are you protecting your savings? Consider diversifying with gold from Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been the choice of investors and central banks during times of turbulence. Now you can own it in a tax-sheltered IRA with the help of Birch Gold. Simply text COAST to 989898. Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. Text COAST to 989898 now. And welcome back to Coast, George Norrie with you. Brian Class grew up in Minnesota, earned his degree at Oxford, now a professor of global politics at the University College in London. He is a contributing writer for The Atlantic, host of the award-winning Power for Us podcast, frequent guest on national television. He has conducted field research across the globe, advised major politicians and organizations, including NATO and the European Union. Latest book is called Proof, Chance, Chaos, and Why Everything We Do Matters. Brian, welcome to the program. Thanks for having me on. Looking forward to this. So you did a little work for NATO. What's going on with Ukraine and Russia? What's your opinion? Well, that was several years ago. It's a bit unrelated to the book, but it's something where I think that it's a conflict that is extremely tragic, and I hope it resolves itself very soon. Yeah, me too. It's an amazing book, by the way, that you wrote. Tell me how you got into this subject matter. Yeah, so, I mean, when I was in my mid-20s, my dad sat me down and showed me a newspaper headline, and it was about a terrible tragedy that happened in 1905 in Wisconsin, where this woman, she snapped, basically. She had a mental breakdown, and she unfortunately killed her 4 children and then killed herself. And the reason I tell this story is because this is my great-grandfather's first wife. And he came home and saw the whole family dead. And later on, remarried to my great-grandmother. And it's quite literally the origin story of my life, right? If these people had not died in 1905 in this farmhouse, I wouldn't exist. And you wouldn't be listening to my voice. And so when you start to think about reality that way, I think it creates a sort of wonder and awe in how the ripple effects of our actions can create some really unforeseen consequences. Because in a very roundabout way, this tragedy is the reason we're chatting right now. These quirky moves that change lives and change the destiny of future, are they done intentionally, accidentally? How do they happen? Yeah, so when we think about our lives, I think we often think about the big pivot points, right? So like when we meet a spouse, or when we decide to go to this school or that school. What I think is happening is there's an infinite number of invisible pivot points, which is to say that our lives are changing constantly, even if we're not aware of them. Right? This sort of idea of, you hit the snooze button or you don't. told differently, and that's one of the ideas I explore. I think, it's not just true in our lives, it's also true in society. I mean, the opening story is the story of a couple that goes on a vacation to Kyoto, Japan in 1926. And they fall in love with the city, they're just bound by it. But 19 years later, the husband from this couple is the American Secretary of War in World War II, who's charged with deciding where to drop the first atomic bomb. And the generals all take Kyoto. So he twice with President Truman and gets him to take it off the list because he went on a vacation there and loved the city. So the first bomb was dropped on Hiroshima instead. And the second bomb was supposed to go to Sakura, which briefly was covered by clouds when the bomber arrived. And so it went to a secondary target of Nagasaki instead. So the bombing outcome, hundreds of thousands of people living and dying, was determined by a vacation 2 decades earlier in a cloud. And I think when you think about the world that way, it starts to give us an appreciation for one of the lines that you repeatedly in the book, which is that we control nothing, but we influence everything. And so our ripple effects are not always intentional, but they are important.
What does the word fluke mean to you, Brian?
Well, it means something that is often a small change, a contingent moment, which means that it could have turned out very differently, but for a small.
Confidence is the food of the wise, but the liquor of the fool. Oh my God, is that brilliant?
Actually can have enormous and all the time.
Does destiny play a part of any of this?
Yeah, so it's something that people grapple with and have for thousands of years, whether there's some sort of grand plan to it. I personally don't believe in this. A lot of people make sense of reality in a totally different way from me, and so I accept that. I think there's a way that we have basically evolved to make sense of patterns. And so we have a sort of way of making sense of very random occurrences in our lives through a narrative that makes sense to us. And it's not always true, right? So you have these things that happen, and then you stitch them together in a story. And sometimes it's a very comforting story, sometimes it's a very straightforward story. I think the world pivots a lot more on randomness and chance than we expect. And I think that is somewhat at odds with the view that there's a grand destiny for all of us.
There's an old saying that says, of all things said of tongue and pen, the saddest of which what might have been. You have a feeling of book like what if, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, there's a huge amount of this, right? Everywhere you look. So, if you look at one of my favorite examples is the asteroid that knocked out the dinosaurs, right?
Right.
So, the best scientific evidence for this is that there's this oscillation in the Oort cloud, this distant reach of space, that swings the space rock at the Earth.
Wait, so you got your first period on a battlefield?
By, say, a second or two,
No.
it probably
Oh,
would
yeah.
not as maybe a dinosaur. I think it might have even missed the Earth. And, the origin
Calm
story
down.
is basically derived from that asteroid impact. I mean, the dinosaur going extinct is a very important point in the rise of humanity. So, think about something like that. Extreme arbitrariness of how we might not have all existed. And from me personally, how, but this tragedy 119 years ago, I would not be alive. Yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff in the world in which small changes could have a radically different world. I mean, World War I is another example of this, where the classic story is about how there's this accident, basically, where Archduke Franz Ferdinand is assassinated because his car is sputtered to a stop right in front of an assassin by complete chance. But, a year or so earlier, he was in England, where I am now, and he almost got shot in a hunting accident. And so you imagine if that happened, maybe World War I would either not have happened or might not have unfolded in the same way, if a bullet had been 3 inches lower. And so, I think this is the kind of stuff where when you start to look at it, most you see the role of small forces that play a big role in our lives and our society.
Brian, yesterday we celebrated the life of the late Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who was assassinated on April 4th, 1968 in Memphis, Tennessee. Now, I was thinking of this, and I want to get your thoughts on this. He gets shot on the balcony of his hotel by an assailant named James Earl Ray, who the King family believes he didn't have anything to do with it. But the point is, whoever shot Dr. King was across the balcony in another hotel room. How did he know where to go, how to get there?
And what made Dr. King come out on the balcony? I mean, I've stayed at many hotels in my life. I don't think I've ever gone on the balcony of these places. What contributed to all that?
Yeah, I mean, so I don't know the specifics of the case, but what I would say is that that's the kind of stuff where, you know, you go out on the balcony and it changes the world, and you don't know that that's going to happen. And I think the thing that really boggles my mind is that, of course, in 20th century American history shifted from that assassination. The thing that's really bizarre is that we cannot know what would have happened if that had not occurred, right? And not only that, we can't peer into that aspect of our own lives either. I mean, I think this is something I call this the snooze button effect, and it's related to this idea of assassination. It's also related to hitting the snooze button, right? So you wake up one morning, you hit the snooze button, you imagine rewinding your life and not hitting the snooze button. Now, your life will unfold slightly differently. It might be a big change. You might be totally different people. Some snooze buttons mean you don't meet your spouse, some mean you do. And, you know, I think this is the kind of stuff where, you know, when you talk about an assassination, it's super visible. It's really obvious to change history. I think my point is that there's a lot of stuff that you can never see that is changing our trajectory, the trajectory of our society, but it doesn't mean it's not real. And I think that's the aspect that really boggles the mind.
Brian, we're going to take a short break. We'll come back and chat more about your latest work, Truth, Chance, Chaos, and why everything we do matters.
Now you can get show updates and connect with other Coast fans when you join the Coast to Coast AM Facebook page. Just go to facebook.com/Coast to Coast AM and click the like button. I'm Mark Bronner in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA City Councilman Kevin De Leon has introduced a motion to increase LAPD foot patrols in Eagle Rock. It would allocate $100,000 from his discretionary fund to cover police overtime costs. De Leon says it's needed now more than ever following a string of smash and grab robberies and other public safety concerns. LAPD says the funds will support crime prevention and follow-up investigations. WWE Hall of Famer Hulk Hogan has helped rescue a teenage girl who was trapped in a flipped car in Florida. Hogan says he used a ballpoint pen to puncture the car's airbag and free the girl Sunday night in Tampa. Hogan, whose real name is Terry Bollea, lives in the Tampa Bay area. Southland weather from KFI, clouds and fog tonight with lows around 50, upper 40s in the IE and AV. Cloudy tomorrow with highs in the low 60s at the beaches, Metro LA, OC, the valleys, mid-60s in the IE and AV. Upper 60s through Friday, then a chance of rain Saturday through Monday. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Bronner. In Sun Valley on the Fragile found that Christian Boulevard of Big Ridge is overturned, blocking all lanes except for the carpool lane. Traffic is blocked from Penrose Street. You're in that spot, stay to the left and not be able to sneak through. In Culver City on the 405 northbound at the top of the boulevard, there's a track blocking the right shoulder. The vehicle is overturned in that one. And in Mid-City on the 10 eastbound, just before Crenshaw Boulevard, there's a contown car. That one's over on the right shoulder. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Russell Fuller. This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world, and I'm thankful to you for trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the powerful. We'll always be here for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. This week's marketing report. Chris Brand, Chief Marketing Officer at Chipotle Mexican Grill, weighs in on the power of audio, specifically audio influencers.
Audio has been a key component for us. Our consumer is omnichannel, so we need to be omnichannel. We use audio to reinforce what we're showing on TV, what we're showing in other digital channels. When your priority is driving reach, boy, everybody seems to listen to the radio. I think using the audio influencers has been a huge component for us. Working with iHeart, we were able to really tease out the audio influencers in key markets that were authentic Chipotle fans. And authentic, and because they're seen as trusted friends by the customers and the listeners, it's really been an effective strategy.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. My dad was the first one on the block to bring home a VCR. It was a big machine. It weighed about 300 pounds. And I sat there and I called friends. I go, you gotta get over here. You're not gonna believe this. We can record a game and then watch it later. And they're like, no way. The Tim Conway Jr. show. And remember, like 10 Schwins were in my driveway in 10 minutes. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. One line is you're not that instant. And you're on vacation, you're on vacation. I'm on vacation, no one touches me. Although I've had a few interrupted. There isn't a story on the planet that should keep me from having a vacation. I don't care if it's World War III. If I'm at the airport, I'm at the airport. Bill Handle. I'll catch you 200 million deaths from now and we'll start talking. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Your subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com. From the City of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We shall take your calls next hour with Brian Class as we talk about his book, Truth, Chance, Chaos, and Why Everything We Do Matters. The Paranormal Podcast Network is up, rolling along, and you can listen to it. And you'll like it. Yes, you certainly will. You want to know more about the afterlife? Check out Shades of the Afterlife with Sandra Champlain. Maybe the bizarre UFOs, mummies is what you're looking for. Strange Things with Joshua P. Ward. Both those shows on the iHeartRadio and Coast to Coast AM Paranormal Podcast Network. Just download the iHeartRadio app for your phone. If you listen on a PC, go to iHeartRadio.com and in the search, put Coast to Coast AM. And of course, you can always go to coasttocoastam.com. Lexi's got all the info right up there. Thank you, Thomas. Now they're concerned about measles. Build up your immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay brings 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of Kidney Stem and Adaptogen together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel feel after taking adaptogem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put adaptogem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at healthylooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with adaptogem and ImmuStem and your free gift Relax Doll is only available at healthylooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com.
There's no better time than the new year to resolve to protect your identity and finances. Identity thieves can take out loans in your name, take over and drain your banking and investment accounts, and more. LifeLock makes it easy to help protect your identity and financial future. LifeLock monitors your accounts and credit and detects potential threats to your identity that you may miss on your own. If you do become a victim of ID theft, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. Plus, all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning you'll be reimbursed up to your plan limits for funds lost due to identity theft. LifeLock is the New Year's resolution that's easy to keep. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com and use promo code George to save up to 25% off your first year. That's lifelock.com, promo code George to save 25%. Is that phone number again for you? 1-800-LifeLock, 1-800-LifeLock, or go to the website, lifelock.com. That's lifelock.com. As we head into a presidential election year, get ready. 2024 will be tumultuous. How are you protecting your savings? Consider diversifying with gold from Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been the choice of investors and central banks during times of turbulence. Now you can own it in a tax-sheltered IRA with the help of Birch Gold. Simply text COAST to 989898. Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. Text COAST to 989898 now.
Your pet isn't just a pet, they're part of your family. Most of the pet food on the market is cooked at high temperatures, which kills nutrients. A simple Dynamite is a 3-in-1 daily supplement adding back nutrients to your pup's health. Try Dynamite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at DINOBITE.com/radio. That's Dynamite.com/radio.
Happier, healthier with every bite. Over 1 million pets helped with Dynamite.
Yeah, welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with Brian Class. His book is called Food, just came out. Brian, is these events, are they luck, bad luck, good luck? Is it fate? What does it?
Yeah, I mean, I think luck is a huge part of our lives. And one of the things that's really interesting about how people interact with luck is that when you get something positive that happens to you that's lucky, people are willing to accept that it was sort of a random outcome, right? So, like, a lot of times when people win the lottery, they don't think it's part of some larger plan necessarily. They just think, wow, somebody had to win, and it was me. And the opposite is true when it's bad luck. And I think there's a really interesting thing here where when we hear when something random happens to us that's negative, we always try to make sense of it by having a really clear-cut narrative around it, why it happened, explaining it, and so on. And so there's some very interesting psychology research that shows the difference in how humans engage with the idea of luck, depending on whether it's positive or negative.
You don't believe in free will, though, do you?
No, but I don't think that's something that necessarily is. I think there are some semantics around it. So what I basically believe in is that my brain is causing my actions, right? So I think there's a debate here about whether there's something separate from your brain that is causing you to behave the way you do. I find that my brain is probably what's behind most of my behavior. Doesn't mean I don't have any choices. I have complete, I can make decisions, I can make choices and so on. But there's a question about, and this is, one of the big philosophical debates, is whether there's something separate from your brain, often which people call the mind or the soul, that is dictating their actions. And so, I think that's something that the debates are going to rage through the 21st century as we learn more about how brains operate. So yeah, that's my my personal view is that my brain and my mind are basically the same thing.
Do you think there's a clairvoyant mechanism within our system that allows us to make some decisions that seem to pan out?
I don't believe in this personally. So, I think there is some stuff where people feel that way, and I think part of the reason for that is that, when we have a sort of moment where things turn out really well, we learn. I mean, our brains are derived from making patterns, right? Learning from patterns. So one of the things I find really interesting to think about is that, for 98+% of the time humans have existed, we have been hunter-gatherers. That was basically up until the last, sort of 10,000 years or so. And in that period, it made a lot of sense to sort of detect patterns. If there was a rustling in the grass, you'd better believe there might be a saber-tooth tiger there because you otherwise would die. And every so often there's nothing there, right? But it doesn't really matter if you accidentally run away from nothing. It does matter if you don't run away from what turns out to be a saber-tooth tiger. And so I think we get this sense that we have clairvoyance and some of these other traits, ESP and so on, from trying to fit, this sort of pattern detection that we have evolved to explore into the messiness of modern life.
Brian, explain what chaos theory is.
Yeah, this is an amazing thing. So chaos theory is completely validated by science, but we very rarely think about it in our ordinary lives. So we all know about it through the weather, and that's how it was originally discovered. Was the meteorologist behind it basically ran a simulation and changed things very, very slightly. I'm talking like a trillionth of a degree in temperature, and all of a sudden the weather systems a week or two later would turn out radically different. And this is where the origins of saying, a butterfly flaps its wings can cause a hurricane. This is where the idea of the butterfly effect comes from. Now, what I think is important to think about is how this applies to our own world, right? So, there's so many things in our lives where when we think about time travel, for example, it's very obvious to most of us that if you were to travel back in time and change something, you could radically reshape the future, right? If you go back a billion years and you squish the wrong bug, maybe things will turn out really differently. Maybe you'll delete humans from the future and so on by accident. But we don't tend to think about this way in the present, which is very odd because, of course, the present and the past work the same way. And so, to me, one of the things that's beautiful about chaos theory is that you are constantly reshaping the future with everything you do, what you say, who you talk to, the way you behave. Now, some of those effects might not be obvious to us. They might not change things for a long time. But the story I told you before about how I derived from this tragic mass murder in Wisconsin in 1905, that's chaos theory in action, right? You have this thing that happened, and then, we're talking, George, 119 years later, that's what chaos theory is.
And you should not have been here.
Well, that's possibly true. I mean, that's one of the things that I think is an interesting feature of Roots, right? Is that you end up looking at these things, and there's a lot of the world that feels quite random, quite accidental. When you look at battles of history, when you look at change over time, there are a lot of small things that have been slightly different. And that's why one of the chapters I have in the book is called How Changing Anything Changes Everything. And it's this idea of interconnectivity and ripples and all these effects that we can have just by the very nature of our behavior. And yeah, I mean, I do feel a bit accidental. I mean, I am the byproduct of a chain of offspring that was produced by a tragedy. And so, it's hard to make sense of your own, sort of existence in that way. But I think all of us, to some degree, are predicated on food.
Brian, do you think a higher power steps in and alters these things?
Yeah, it's one of the things. It's one of the great mysteries of life that humans have grappled with for forever, right? Is why things happen. And personally, I'm not a believer, but it is something where I think that when you look at the complex nature of reality, you have to examine this and try to figure out an explanation. And I think there's a lot of people in different realms who are trying to answer these questions in totally different ways. I mean, physicists are trying to explain it through the behavior of atoms and molecules and so on. Theologians are trying to explain it through God and so on. What I think is amazing is that there's this central question of the human experience that we don't have an answer to. And, the sort of nature of causality and why things are occurring in our lives is something that I think is going to be forever the great puzzle and they fall out of the satchel. And so one day there's a Union soldier who is sitting down to rest next to a hedgerow, and he finds these cigars, and he unwraps them, and he sees the orders. And they basically give him incredible intelligence about what the Confederate Army is about to do. Now, it's signed at the bottom, and he needs to know what the signature is fake, because he doesn't want the whole army to march on fake orders. So he brings them to a general, and the person outside of the general's tent is probably the one person in the Union Army who knows the signature is real, because he worked as a bank teller before, and he's seen that signature of the Confederate general who signed them hundreds and hundreds of times previously before the war. So he instantly knew that the orders were real. And therefore the Union Army marches and meets the Confederate Army at Antietam, and it's a critical turning point in the Civil War. It stops a lot of the Confederate momentum. And so you think about this, and you think, what might have happened? Well, Britain was thinking about recognizing the Confederacy in 1862. If Antietam had unfolded differently, maybe they would have. Maybe it would have had a resounding effect on the war. And so you think about, these battles of history pivoting on something so arbitrary as three discarded cigars found at just the right moment and then passed on to the one person who could actually discern that the signature was genuine. It's quite an extraordinary level of small changes that have big impact.
Now, there's no question it's happening. The question is, why? What makes these things happen?
And this is something where my interpretation of it is that I think we're partly the placing with some pretty random forces. I mean, I think in the universe there are a lot of things that arbitrarily happen. And, I think we are allergic to explanations that are random. We are basically creatures that cannot accept randomness very easily. And it makes no sense. I mean, when something happens, you want to say, here's why. There's a lot of things that are invisible to us that I think we can't explain. And when I say that, I mean the invisible pivots that I was talking about before, the ways in which our lives are unfolding differently from small changes, whether you turn left or right when you leave the supermarket, and you might meet different people and end up, that has sort of a ricochet effect where those people introduce you to other people, and eventually you meet your spouse, right? So I think there's stuff where when we are bewildered by these extremely unusual occurrences that we can't make sense of, it is easy for us to come up with a tidy explanation. Personally, I find some beauty in the chaos. I think there is some randomness in the world. I think there is some chaos. I think the butterfly effect does matter. And I think it's cool to live in a world where, the smallest act can have enormous consequences.
Why does this seem to work more for some people and not others?
Well, I think it works for all of us. I think some people are more blind to it than others, right? I think that chaos theory is not something that is arbitrarily just happening to some people and not to others. I think it's happening to all of us all the time. I think there are people who are more or less aware of it and more or less thinking about it, right? I mean, for me, when the story that I keep coming back to is personally relevant to me about this terrible tragedy. I was oblivious to this until my mid-20s, when my dad showed me this newspaper clipping. And I think that's the kind of thing where, I lived my life anyway, right? I mean, I had no idea this was the origin story of my existence. So the question then becomes, what are we oblivious to? And I think this is where, what I was trying to do in the book is to say, let's stare right into the face of this chaos and this randomness and this uncertainty and think about it and what it means for our lives and what it means for our societies. And I think, it's a really rewarding thing to do that because it gives you different perceptions of how you make sense of your own existence.
Where do you get the book? Whoa.
Anywhere books are sold. It comes out of bookshops on Tuesday, so it's January 23rd. So anywhere you can buy a book, you can buy food.
And of course, without giving away the ending, but basically, what is your theory?
Well, I think that the best way to think about the world is to think about the idea of we have an illusion of control. We can't control anything, but we influence everything. And I think that is a really empowering takeaway, that we don't know how our actions are going to play out. We don't know how they're going to affect other people or change the world. But I quite literally mean it when I have that third part of the subtitle which says, and why everything we do matters. I literally think that every single thing that every single person does changes the future. And I think that's an incredibly uplifting and empowering message for people to think about.
Brian, you talk about the paradox of the swarm. What is that?
Yeah, I'm talking about because humans are much more like a swarm than we ever have before. So you think about how modern society is super interconnected globally, whether it's in our economies or our society, etc. And one of my favorite examples of this is like a locust swarm, right? A locust swarm in scientific study, what they see is that if a single locust flips one way rather than another, the entire direction of the swarm can change in an instant. You've probably seen what this is with birds or with schools of fish, right? Where if one fish moves and the whole school, the whole group moves in different directions. Now, in human society, we have made a swarm. And that means that small changes can have enormous impacts more than ever before. So my favorite example of this is, you remember that boat that got stuck in the Suez Canal, right? It's like this gust of wind, it's one boat. It twists sideways, it's lost in the canal, and it causes $54 billion in economic damage globally, right? And you think about that to me is the paradox of the swarm. We have this really regular teeny life, right? You go to Starbucks and it's always the same. So everything feels very, very ordered. But then a gust of wind can wreak havoc on the global economy. And so the paradox of the swarm is this idea that we set up these systems where we feel in control, we feel like there's order. And then the smallest changes can wreak complete disorder and havoc and upend our lives in an instant. And I think that's one of the things that modern society has engineered that did not used to exist, say 5,000 years ago, when our societies are simply just less connected than they are today.
Do we create these flukes, Brian, ourselves, or do they just happen?
I think we've engineered a world where they become more likely, right? And that's related to what I was just saying about the paradox of the swarm, is that if you have a world in which you can secretly communicate with other people, in which your transactions can cross borders, in which our economies are defined, then small changes in one place can affect everybody else much faster. Now, the pandemic is the first example of this, right? So one person gets infected in Wuhan, and the entire world is upended for years. And so this is the kind of stuff where, I think if we have created a world that is more prone to tweaks, I'll put it that way.
How small must these changes be to affect our lives?
They can be incredibly small. So one of my favorite examples from modern scientific research is using genetic testing and looking at evolutionary patterns and so on. What they have found is that the origin story of placenta, and therefore live birth, and the origin of mammals, they think has been traced to a single shrew-like creature that got infected by a virus 100 billion years ago. And this changed the development of the species in a way that ultimately leads to humans. Now, some people look at that and say, okay, this is evidence of some sort of divine intervention. For me, it was sort of a random accident. But it's still one of those things where, it's a single creature, a single animal, 100 million years ago, and modern science seems to suggest this was an important part of the origin of humanity. So the changes can be tiny. The gusts of wind, the cigars that started, the cloud cover over Fukuda in Japan that leads to Nagasaki bomb. It doesn't have to be big at all. And this is one of the things that's so profound about this idea, I think, is that the stuff that we don't think about, the minor changes we make in our lives, can actually have enormous ripple effects that are unforeseen and unforeseeable in changing our world.
Is it our responsibility to change truth?
Yeah, I think this is one of the things that I think is so extraordinary about this, is that a lot of people think, it won't really matter if I do this or that. Scientifically, I think that's not true. I think that chaos theory basically proves that that's not true. So now, how do we live like that? There's no way in which we can anticipate how, the butterfly effect is going to change our own lives. So we have to just sort of make our best shot, right? Like in my case, for example, I'm the byproduct of this mass murder. And so, obviously, the lesson is not that mass murder is good. It's that butterfly effects are changing our lives constantly. Actions are always important and worth taking seriously.
Brian, we're going to take a short break and come back and chat more and take phone calls with you next.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area
City of Los Angeles landlords that own rent-controlled properties. Starting February 1st, you'll be able to increase rent by 4% for your rent-controlled properties. An extra 1% for utilities up to 6% can be added only if you pay the entire gas and electric bill. And don't forget to give your tenant an advance 30-day written notice for your rent increases of less than 10%. It is state law. Learn more about the rent increase at housing.lacity.org. That's housing.lacity.org.
Imagine it's the last ride, but your symptoms of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, are taking you for a ride. What should you do? Keep managing your constipation with belly pain the same old way, or try getting ahead of your symptoms by talking to your doctor about treating it with Linzess. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine what can relief from IBS-C mean for you. Talk to your doctor and stay warm. Learn more at Linzess.com or call 1-800-LIN-ESS.
AM 640, more stimulating talk. AMI, AM 640. We'll help you figure it out. It's kind of what we did.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Their Bass goes to Washington. I'm Mark Ronner in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA Mayor Bass is headed to D.C. to attend the 3-day U.S. Conference of Mayors winter meeting. While there, Bass is expected to discuss the issue of homelessness as well as participate in various sessions. The conference's 92nd winter meeting will take place tomorrow through Friday at the Capitol Hilton. A pre-conference session was set for today on women small business owners and entrepreneurs. A long-awaited beach replenishment project that would dump 400,000 tons of sand near San Clemente Pier has been delayed. Very disappointing, because we've been waiting for 20 years. San Clemente Councilman Chris Duncan says the $14 million project would widen the beach by 50 feet, but the wrong dredge may have been used. The upper dredge sucks things up, right? Like it has a big tube, and it was pulling up a lot of gravel, a lot of cobble, a lot of rock, not a lot of sand. Duncan says analysis shows the fluffy beach sand appears to be beneath the layer of cobble at the dredge site near Oceanside. He says the Army Corps of Engineers has promised to return to finish the job in 2 months, hopefully in time for summer. In San Clemente, Corbin Carson, KFI News. The guy in Banning accused of stabbing, running, and brick throwing has been arrested. Police say the man was in a fight with another man Sunday when he pulled out a knife and stabbed the guy multiple times. They say when officers tried to contact the man, he started running away. Banning police say during the chase, the man threw a brick, hitting one of the officers. One officer finally caught up to the guy. He allegedly pulled out a larger knife before he was taken into custody. The Supreme Court has allowed a court order to take effect that could loosen Apple's grip on its iPhone App Store. ABC's Dave Sacker says the order allows app developers to put in payment links that bypass Apple's systems and commissions the company takes. Those commissions add up to potentially billions of dollars every year. The lower court had ruled that Apple's App Store rules for apps purchased on more than 1 billion iPhones constitute unfair competition under California law. Sacker says Epic Games filed the original suit that lost its broader claim Apple was violating federal antitrust law. And advocacy groups are petitioning the USDA to lift the interview requirement for the food stamp program. The group said the interview requirement is burdensome and keeps those who qualify for food aid from getting it. An estimated 42 million Americans receive monthly SNAP benefits at an average $212 per person or $401 per household. Southland weather from KFI, clouds and fog tonight with lows around 50. Upper 40s in the Inland Empire and Antelope Valley. Cloudy tomorrow with highs in the low 60s at the beaches, Metro LA and OC, the valleys. Mid-60s in the IE and AB. We'll have upper 60s through Friday and then a chance of rain Saturday through Monday. It's 52 in Irvine, 52 in Brea, 52 in Burbank, 52 in Palmdale. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Ronner. In Sun Valley on the 5 northbound at Lancaster Boulevard, a big rig is overturned, blocking all lanes except for the carpool lane. After blockers from Penrose Street. Near that spot, stay to the left, might be able to sneak through. In Culver City on the 405 northbound at Sepulveda Boulevard, there's a crash blocking the right shoulder. The vehicle is overturned in that one. In Mid-City on the 10 eastbound, just before Crenshaw Boulevard, there's a clunked out car. That one's over on the right shoulder. KFI in the Sky, help get you there faster. I'm Russell Fuller. The Marketer Report.
create amazing access moments for our customers. Anywhere from when we have a live event, there's the customer event ahead of that. We will do sound check parties that only Capital One card holders can get access to, and we can't pull that off without the relationship iHeart has with the artists, with venues to create these really exclusive events, festivals that iHeart puts on, give Capital One the ability to create those moments. People are passionate about their favorite artists, and so we try to tap into that together.
As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
There's no better time than the new year to help protect your identity and finances. LifeLock detects potential threats to your identity that you may miss on your own. If you do become a victim, a U.S.-based LifeLock restoration specialist will work to fix it. LifeLock is the New Year's resolution that's easy to keep. Save 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com. Promo code PLAY to save 25%. That's lifelock.com. Promo code PLAY. Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I love them, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
In a small Tennessee town, a killer was caught by unlikely investigators, high school students, and their teacher, Alex Campbell. Though the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation supports their theory, no charges have been filed. Murder 101 follows the students as they endeavor to complete the assignment.
Once you start getting a few tips or a few leads or your identifications, then the cold case isn't so cold anymore.
Listen to Murder 101 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Donate today at cardforgives.org. That's cards with a K. Your card can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher. Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate. KFI, AM 640.
It's in your eyes.
And be sure 2024 could be a roller coaster. And how will your hard-earned savings fare? Well, you already see the impacts of inflation at the pump, the grocery store. The dollar continues to lose buying power quicker than wages can increase. How are you protecting your savings? Consider diversifying with gold from the Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been the choice of investors and central banks to hedge against inflation. Now you can own it in a tax-sheltered IRA with the help of the Birch Gold Group. Simply text COAST 989898 and Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. They'll help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold without paying a penny out of pocket to do that. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, thousands of satisfied customers, you can trust Birch Gold. Text COAST to 989898 for your free info. Again, text COAST to 989898. Personal safety for you and your family is a year-round priority. If you haven't developed a plan, put buying Burn on Less Lethal Pistol at the top of your 2024 resolution list. That's BYRNA. A Burn pistol is a reliable self-defense weapon that has formidable stopping power and is very easy to use. Burn provides different ammunition options such as rounds filled with tear gas mixed with pepper and rock-hard kinetic rounds that can incapacitate attackers for up to 40 minutes. Do you work the night shift? Make sure you have protection to and from. Burn is the solution everyone can get behind, legal in 50 states. No permits or background checks required, must be 18 years or older. I personally own the Burn SD launcher, a great compliment to my firearms. As a responsible gun owner, I fully understand the adverse ramifications of using my firearm. Burn is proudly American, manufactured in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Visit Burna.com/George now for an exclusive 10% discount. That's BYRNA.com/George. And welcome back, George Norrie with you. Brian Class with us, and his website is his name, linked up at coasttocoastam.com. Brian, do we have any control over these flukes? Do they just happen?
I think it just happens to us quite often. I mean, I think there is an enormous degree of randomness. One of my favorite stories from the book is this man who went swimming off the coast of Greece and got out by a riptide, and he was lost for 24 hours. So everyone sort of figures that he's died and drowned. And at the last minute before he's about to drown, there's this soccer ball that drifts into view on the top of the ocean, and he clings onto it and manages to survive. But the amazing thing about this is this woman watching the Greek news as they tell the story, and she looks at this and says, "Oh my God, this is my kid's soccer ball." And 10 days earlier, he kicked the soccer ball off a cliff 80 miles away, and it falls on the ocean and arrives just the right time for this guy to survive. So, I don't think that was something remotely in the control of the swimmer, but it just arrived at the exact moment. And of course, the kid thought nothing of it, right? If he hadn't seen the news, right, he would have just wanted Daddy to buy a new ball.
So how do you know, though, that it wasn't divine intervention?
Well, I mean, I think the thing is, so I personally don't believe in that, but that's something where I think there's something that's the great mystery of life, right? I mean, this is a question that, physicists answer in a different way than theologians. And I think that mystery of whether there was, a lot of people think about that story and they say, hey, God sent the soccer ball. I think there's an alternative explanation that is chaos. And the idea that sort of, our ripple effects of our lives intersect in unexpected and seemingly random ways all the time. And I think that's something where, anyone who claims they know the answer to that is not true, because it's still an unresolved question about humanity and how the universe works. But, I do think there is something that you have to make sense of that. And a lot of time when we think about how people, pundits on TV news and so on, talk about cause and effect, there's always a very easy, tidy story. It's always, X cause Y. And I think there's a much more complex story that's more exhilarating and interesting to explore, which is things like, this story of the soccer ball arriving just the exact moment from a kid, and they truly are kicking it off the cliff.
Well, how do you chalk this up? Do you call it luck? What is it?
Yeah, so my point of view is that there's a series of random things that happen because of the nature
the way that the world works, right? Now, I do find it random. I don't think that there is a larger cause to some things. I don't think that, for my own interpretation of the way the world works, I think that there are some things that are just lucky, and there are some things that are just unlucky. And I think, there's a tendency to write those things out as having the mentality that everything happens for a reason, quote, is one I don't agree with. A lot of people have that viewpoint that there is always a larger purpose to everything. I think there's some stuff that just occurs. And I think there's some stuff that just randomly intercepts our lives and we have to cope with it. And I think a lot of stuff where we have misfortune, it's very comforting to sort of see a larger hand being involved. But I think that sometimes accidents, luck, unlucky occurrences, and so on, and those things don't always have a larger explanation.
I think you're right on all those points, but why won't you accept divine intervention as a possibility?
Well, I'm not going to say that it's not a possibility. I mean, of course, it's one of the many possibilities. I think what people do, and this is, for my own purpose as well, is you think about possible explanations for these things. Now, I've gone down the path of thinking that, I follow science, and I follow sort of, evidence-based, scientific inquiry. But, probably self-centered. So, this is the nature of my work and my role. But I'm completely respectful of and accepting of the fact that I think there's a hubris to say, well, we can rule out alternative explanations on every front, right? I mean, personally, I think there's some stuff that we don't understand. I mean, science, for example, does not have any answers to the question of consciousness. It's one of the most important questions about what it means to be a person, right? How do you have this experience of being conscious? We have no idea. I mean, and scientists acknowledge this, right? And so I think there's something where even if you are someone who doesn't believe in a larger power or whatever, you still have to acknowledge the mysterious nature of all of these questions that are not side shows. They're like central questions of what it means to be a human. And so, that's why I'm even though I have different views on this stuff from some people, I think that it's worth having a respectful conversation and saying, look, I think we're dealing with the same question. How we answer it differently is one of the beautiful things about humanity, right? It means that we can come up with different answers and disagree and so on. And I come to my own answer, but other people will come to theirs. And I think that's one of the great joys of life.
Let's go to the phones. Let's go to Rory, first-time caller in Texas, to get us started. Hello, Rory. Welcome.
Well, I finally got a chance to talk to you. How are you?
Yes, sir. Great. How about yourself?
Yeah, I've been calling for years. I can't get in.
You made it.
I hear you on the air, asking a lot of questions. Some of your callers are talking about all this illness that's going around, people dying and all this kind of stuff. And I was wondering, do you all realize that there's a group of poisoners that is being dumped on us every day that is causing these problems, and that is called PFAS? And I was wondering what your guest has to say about that.
Well, he's not really qualified to jump in on that one, right? But there's a lot of spraying going on. Do you want to take a stab at that, Brian?
Well, I think that you're right.
Where's your phone, dog? Dude, that kid's gonna freak. He finds that poke in the bathroom again. Thinking I want to see his little Russian dick out with that shit. I want to see a little Russian dick. Remember that shit on the internet was like a huge Russian. I just look my pay.
A lot of people were ridiculed at the time when they said they thought they were getting sick for some reason. And so, there are some things where it's not random, right? I mean, I think that our world is just between order and disorder. And there's some things where people are actually doing malicious things to hurt people, right? And they're cover-up lies and so on. And I think that's the sort of tension at the center of the way the world works, is that there's these random accidental forces. There's also people who are explicitly harmed. And I think there's an important difference between the two of those. So I hope that this right question is like that.
Let's go to Ed in Charlotte, North Carolina. Edward, go ahead.
Hey, George, as usual, you're doing a great job.
Thank you, sir.
Brian, I have a different viewpoint from what I'd like to give you several examples. I believe that like Shakespeare says, we're players on the stage. So my dilemma is whether we ever have any choices or there any real choices. And I'm going to give you some examples. Nostradamus
when he was buried, he had a friend put a medal around his neck, and it had to say, like, say 1834 or whatever.
Office with no windows on the bottom floor of Thunder Mifflin with a exposed shower in the corner. Yes, correct. No, that was a fakey shower. Oh, that was a design by our set designer, Michael Gallenberg. Because there was a real shower down there. I had to use it one time, not in that room. Across the hallway, there was an office that had a tiny shower. Really? Yes. Why did you have to use it? Okay, well, do you remember the summer my hair turned green? Yep. You can really see it on camera. Guys, I spent the whole summer swimming with the kids in the pool and my hair turned green. It happens to the blondies out there. And Kim put this thing on my hair to like kind of tint it, you know, to get the green out. To get the green out. And I had to wash it out of my hair. Like you put it on and then I had to rinse it out and then she had to blow dry my hair. Okay, now why didn't they just use the little sink in the hair and makeup trailer or the shower in your trailer? Because the sink in the hair and makeup trailer, first of all, it didn't get hot.
Oh shit, because you're
so
silly.
Concerned because the water is like this sort of recycled water. Yeah, it would strip the color off my hair that she was trying to put in. Now that you say that, I know that because there have been times when I've needed to shower off. Your trailers have a shower, but it is exactly that. It's like a tank of weird sort of chemically treated water, right? So that it can stay in the tank and then not be poisonous. Yeah. And it doesn't get very hot. And also, I've had people tell me not to use it. I sort of was like, maybe just get rid of the showers, the trailers. Put in a closet. Space. We all need a closet. Always need more closet. I mean, it's part of my life mantra. Can I have more closets? Well, you need closets for your baskets, lady. Your basket collection. Give me all the baskets. Well, listen, this little room, it was located in our writer's building. It was on the bottom floor, and it was an actual storage closet. It was not a set, so the walls did not move. They talked about, should we build Michael Scott Paper Company in the warehouse? That was my thought, where we built many a set. No, for whatever reason, they crammed us into the post-production storage room, where previous to us shooting in there, they had stored thousands of hours of archived tape of our show. This was back in the day, and we just had walls and walls of 5 seasons of tape on our show. They had to relocate all the tapes. They had to redress the room. I said the shower is fake, but those pipes were real. There really were these giant pipes. Yes, the big black pipes that were coming out, those were real. Yes. Also, the bathrooms that are outside in the hallway, the 2 doors on either side of the Michael Scott Paper Company door, those bathrooms were real. Those were the actual working bathrooms for anybody who worked on the bottom floor. Those were the bathrooms we would use in between scenes when we filmed in the warehouse. Yes, or in that hallway by the editing bay. Right across from us were our 2 editors, Claire and Dave. And above us were the writers' offices. So we were over in that building with the writers. Also in this building is the lobby area that leads out into the parking lot. This room also gets repurposed for Cafe Disco. Yes, we went back down there for that. So those are all my details on that room. I'll have more to share as we break down the episode. More little quirks of working in there. Yeah, you spent a lot of time in there. We did. Are you ready for fast fact number 2? I am. Remember last week when I told you that Michael sent a letter to everybody through NBC.com announcing his new paper company? Well, this week he unveiled his website. And NBC created the Michael Scott Paper Company website, and it had photos. Basically the same room taken from 3 different angles. It had the downloadable coupon that is shown in this episode. You know, the one that promises unparalleled customer service. Yep. That Pam and Ryan refused to copy. And it also had the mission statement for Michael Scott Paper. Yes, it did. And we reached out to Joya. You know, we've talked about Joya before. She was in charge of all digital content
Shoshana, you seen
for
this shit?
The Office that was on NBC.com. She shared with us what the mission statement said.
That's right. You seen the shit, Dina? You seen the
It's the
shit?
Michael Scott
Oh,
Paper
Anna, you seen
Company's
the shit? Yeah,
mission
you
to
seen the shit,
provide
Luna? You
you
seen
the
the shit,
highest
Jacob? You seen the
quality
shit, Maya? You
paper,
seen the shit?
the
Mary,
best
you seen the
possible
shit?
service,
Nasreen, you
at the
seen the shit?
lowest
Lavon,
possible
you seen the shit?
prices.
Dolly, you seen the
Sounds
shit?
good.
Honey, you seen the
Just
shit?
wait. There's
Hey,
more.
Rabbi broke up
This
with you.
paper
You seen
business
this
is
shit?
more than just paper,
Rocky,
more than just a business.
you seen
It's
this
about
shit? Which
establishing
rabbi gets
quality
pasta the same
human
way he eats pussy?
relationships with our
Look at her
clients.
and I don't have my
While
phone.
little
Shut up,
Jimmy
phone,
wakes
bro.
up in the middle of the night with whooping cough and you need someone to call, we'll be there. When sweet Christine gets stood up by her prom date, we'll be there. When the dam breaks in your backyard and the only thing that can stop the flow of water from flooding your house is a ream of paper, we'll be there. At the Michael Scott Paper Company, we'll always be there. Through thick and thin, in sickness and health, till death or retirement do us part. We'll be there. For a while, it's just pretty standard, kind of boilerplate. Yeah. But I really like it when he says we're more than just a business. We're about quality human relationships with our clients. I'm like, oh. And then it goes off into some very specific examples of when you might be there for me. But in the end, I liked it. I think I was a little curious about what kind of backyard you have that has a dam. Well, listen, we'll be there. Fast fact number 3, Ellie Kemper is our new receptionist. Woohoo! We love Ellie. We are definitely going to have her on the show. You know, Ellie and I both grew up in St. Louis.
Scream it from a
I
rooftop.
know. Now, I did not know her growing up. She is 6 years younger than me. I had actually graduated college and moved to Los Angeles while she was still in high school. I'm 6 years older than my husband, so you just described our relationship, I guess, had we known each other back then. By the way, do you know who her high school drama teacher was? Ellie's? No. John Hamm. Shut the front door! Yeah. John Hamm also grew up in St. Louis. I also did not know John Hamm growing up, even though we were closer in age. I can't believe that was Ellie's drama teacher. Yeah. But of course, you know, Phyllis was also from St. Louis. Our director, Ken Quapis, was from St. Louis. And our first AD, Rusty Mahmood, was from St. Louis. So we were all very excited. Well, you know, on the DVD commentary, there was a little bit of chatter. On the DVD was Jenna, Jean, and Lee, and Justin. Nice group. Nice group. There was a little bit of chatter about which city in America was most represented in the cast and crew of The Office. I think with the addition of Ellie, it became St. Louis. It was Boston. It became St. Louis. Yes. And Jenna, I want you to know you have clearly been it's gonna make me laugh, obsessed with facts for a long time. I want you to hear what you brought to the DVD commentary.
He's also from St. Louis, and so is Shannon, one of our PAs, and Ken Quapis, one of our.
So you said you were not going to have any fun facts. Now you're just.
I got lots of. So many people are having so much fun with my facts.
Oh my God! And by the way, I forgot about Shannon, who was also from St. Louis. I know. Well, you listed them all. I sort of just took a snippet out. You sort of talked for a while about St. Louis, but clearly you went into this DVD commentary saying, guys, I hope I have some fun facts. So much so that they were like, you do have great facts. And it just cracked me up to hear you talking about your fun facts, and now you have your fast facts. I'll tell you what, when I would go into DVD commentaries, I was
I'd rather
worried
fuck
that I wouldn't have
Ellie
anything to
Kemper
talk
than
about,
either.
so I
She's
would do kind of the equivalent of a mini deep dive on something. I wanted to come in with like an interesting tidbit that we could throw in there if there was ever a moment where we weren't covering something about the show. This is why I love you. It goes back so far. It does, but it just got me so tickled. We had a fan question from KJ Davey. Erin is my favorite character of The Office. How did the producers come up with her personality and her character as a whole? And how much creative liberty did Ellie have in creating her character's quirks and traits? KJ, Jean told me something crazy about the development of the character of Kelly Erin. He said that the writers had not fully fleshed out Erin's personality by the time we started shooting. So when we started, they had Ellie perform all of her scenes and all of her talking heads 2 different ways, as 2 different characters. I remember this. she had to do them in like that earnest, quirky way that we know and love as Erin. That's the one we eventually go with. But Jean said, believe it or not, there exists a bizarro Erin where her lines are also delivered in a no-nonsense way. And I asked him, how long did she have to do this before they decided? And he said they definitely had like 2 totally different versions of her talking heads written. And then in her scenes with Dwight and Andy hitting on her, she had to then perform those with different characteristics. I mean, Gene said he gives her so much credit because this was her first big role on a TV show, and she basically did 2 versions of Erin in every scene for the entire week. So until you shared about that sort of 2 versions of Erin, I had forgotten about it. But now there's a deleted scene that makes sense to me. Erin just looks at camera, you know, she's doing a talking head, and she's just like, do I have to do one of these on all of my breaks? Yes! Angela! James Carey had the candy bag for this episode, and it included Erin's 2 talking heads, neither of which end up in the episode. Well, one of them is on the DVD. Okay, this is the one that was in the candy bag as their first choice, which was, it's pretty cool, like any other office, I guess. Phones, computers, copiers. Do I have to do this on all my breaks? Yeah. Is that the one that's and I was a little confused because I thought it felt sort of off. Then they had this must shoot alternate, which meant like this. Most places you go, the chairs are really crappy and you're uncomfortable all day. My chair here is great. I really hope this works out. And that was like the one that quirky Erin would say. I guess that's our sign that the office got new chairs.
Terrible, man.
She's loving
Did you
Pam's
delete
chair.
all his posts?
That's it. I think Pam finally got her new chair, and now she's working down in Michael Scott Paper Company. Pam talks about the chairs too later on. I know. I want to say that this doing 2 versions of your character happened to me on the film Blades of Glory. Really? Yeah, I had gone in with this idea for this version of the character that was based kind of on like Bernadette Peters' performance in The Jerk. Yeah, I just really loved her wide-eyed, innocent, earnest approach to love and sex and just sort of all of it, and being with sort of an oddball guy, and that is very similar to my character of Katie in Blades of Glory. But I think there was a little bit of concern that that might feel like too big of a choice, and so they also had me do all the scenes just pretty straight. And I did that for a couple of days, every scene. And eventually they went with my quirky version. I was so proud, but it was super intense because I remember one day I was shooting the scene with Will Arnett and Amy Poehler. They played a brother-sister ice skating duo. Yeah, I'm their little sister / assistant. Oh my god, it was so much fun shooting with those guys. That whole movie looked like a blast. I know. Like the cast looked like so much fun. We had a blast. And but we had this scene and they were like, okay, we're going to lunch. Jenna, you get 2 takes. One in one version and one in the other, and I had to just nail both versions. And I remember someone, and I can't remember who, came up to me early and they were like, just don't do a good job of the version you don't want to have them pick. Just do the version you like really take well. One of them. Yeah. And then they'll be forced to go with, you know, your vision of the character. I couldn't do it. My actor integrity. No, just your whole moral compass. You could. Yeah, I couldn't do that. I couldn't do it. It is interesting to me how characters become like who they are on a show or in a movie. This is reminding me of a project that one of my friends wrote. It was based on a real life story from her life.
36, 24, 36.
She had this character of a guy named Ed, and he was based on her friend in real life, Ed. And Ed was also an actor, so Ed went in to audition for Ed. So he's in front of the network, and he's like, hi, I'm Ed, I'm reading for Ed. And he just was himself. She wrote him as himself. We were all like, Ed's going to get the part of Ed, right? I mean, they wrote it for Ed. And he didn't get it. I was like, how can Ed not get Ed? It's based on Ed. Like, what? I have a very similar story. Okay, I auditioned for this lead role in a pilot opposite Dan Finnerty. He's from the Dan Band. Yeah. It was hilarious. And when I read the role, I thought to myself, oh, this is so Mary Lynn Rice-Cup. And so I went in and I just did my best impression of Mary Lynn. I love Mary Lynn. I know. I have worked with her many times. I super copied her. I get to the final audition. It's me and two other women. One of them is like a tall, gorgeous blonde. The other one is Mary Lynn Reiska. Then I find out that Dan knows Mary Lynn and he wrote the role for her. Any wonder? Well, I was proud of myself because I was like, well, I guess I nailed it on what he was going for. He was going for Mary Lynn. Did Mary Lynn get it? No, neither of us did. They gave it to the blonde. Oh, no! I know. And it was so funny because I thought to myself, well, obviously they're going to go with Mary Lynn. They're not going to go with me. I'm copying her. Right. They didn't give it to either of us. But the two of us were at least doing what he intended when he wrote it. Yeah. No, they went the other way. You never know. You never know. Well, why don't we take a break? And when we come back, we will really get into this episode. I have a lot of fun stuff this week, I think. Me too. I have some sunglasses information. Hold up. I have sunglasses information. Oh my God. What if we have the same sunglasses information? Whose sunglasses are you going to talk about? Two different people's sunglasses. I have photo evidence of somebody's sunglasses. Somebody's This is how you guys know that we don't talk to each other. We show up and try to surprise each other, and sometimes we find the same things. We'll be back. Well, folks, you know I have a lot of family in Texas, and I just want you to know, if you travel to Texas, there are vast landscapes, cultures, regions, destinations, activities that allow for an infinite number of different travel experiences. You can have fun in the sun. Texas has 350 miles of coastline. That's right. Or if you like more of a rugged vacation, there are campgrounds, hiking trails, state parks. And the food. Can we talk about the food? Tex-Mex and barbecue. There's live music, art museums, cowboy experiences. Come on. Right now, Travel Texas offers a one-of-a-kind online trip builder that allows users to generate a custom visually led trip matched to their unique interests. So you go in there and you click your interests and it'll say, here's where you want to go in Texas. Visit traveltexas.com/get-your-own to get the only trip to Texas that matters, yours. That's traveltexas.com/get-your-own. For 175 years, Gorton's has been committed to spreading the goodness of the sea by making quality seafood accessible to everyone while responsibly sustaining its future. Over 99% of Gorton's seafood is certified as responsibly sourced. And Gorton's reached out to us and said, do you want us to send you some of our fish sticks, some of our products, so you can become familiar with it before you speak about it on the podcast? And I was like, Gorton's, I've got you in my freezer right now. Yeah, you do. You do. Your kids love the fish sticks. Yes, it's our fave. Guess what I got? I got the Southern style shrimp. It is so good. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You know, when you're looking in the freezer aisle, the Gortons are in the yellow package. They've got the iconic fisherman on the cover. This brand has been around since I was a kid. Same. Gorton's is actually a brand that's been around for 175 years. Oh my gosh. That's so rare. Well, we love Gorton's, and it can help you make your mealtime easy. Visit Gortons.com to learn more, find a store, and get a recipe inspiration. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three. Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie. I've made it. Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes. I know it very well. It's a family favorite. Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before. It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door.
Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life. One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree. HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. We are back, and this episode opens with Michael driving up in his convertible. He's got the top down. He's blasting his music. Yeah, it's Britney, bitch, but it's Lady Gaga. Exactly. Yeah, it's Lady Gaga singing Just Dance, but it's Britney, bitch. At 18 seconds, I caught the camera crew in Michael's sunglasses. You did? Yep, go to 18 seconds. You can see our camera crew in his sunglasses. You guys, there was some debate about Michael's sunglasses. We're already into the sunglasses info. It's right out of the gate. You could decide two things. One, should he leave the sunglasses on the whole time? Or should he take them off? Okay, they decided it's better for comedy if your sunglasses are off. Because you use your face, you guys. Okay, right? Number two, they were trying to debate between the pair of sunglasses they picked or a pair that were really popular at the time that P. Diddy was wearing. Oh, okay. And they picked not P. Diddy's glasses. That's right. So they picked not P. Diddy's glasses, but to also take them off for the sake of comedy. Well, at 32 seconds, Michael is going to try to parallel park. He's going to do this unsuccessfully. There's just not enough room. I love what he said, not going to make this one. There's like 3 car lengths of curb available. Randy Cordray told us that we did this in cuts. So first, they padded the rear bumper of Michael's PT Cruiser so that it wouldn't actually damage the car behind him. They shot it in a way so you can't see the padding. When Michael pulls away, they had removed the foam cushioning, and that crunch you hear was a special effects sound that they added in post. Well, I thought it was a really relatable moment because I know I've bailed mid-parallel park before. Especially if you're trying to parallel park somewhere where people are like eating outside, like, and they're watching you do that, like trying to back in, and then you're just like, forget it, failing. When I went to take my driving test, I was about to fail. The last task was parallel park. Same. And I nailed it, and I passed my driving test. Yeah, same here. I was doing horribly, but Coach Wolf, who taught me driver's ed, had really worked with me on parallel parking. My dad had really worked with me on parallel parking. Does this make us sound like bad drivers that parallel parking saved us? Well, here's the thing. Ironically, I do not get in actual car accidents, but I am constantly hitting things when I'm trying to park. I know. Seen you like get real close to hitting something when you were parking one time. I was like, Jenna. Yeah. Well, when I took my driver's ed test, the tester guy, he wrote a little note on my test score. What did it say? Very distracted. Because when he was giving me my driver's ed test, we drove down the little main street of the small town I'm from. And my friends were all hanging out at this car wash that had gone out of business. People would park their cars there and hang out. Sure. Like teenagers. And a bunch of my friends were parked there. And they all knew I was taking my test. So as I drove by, I honked and waved. And my tester guy did not like that. But you still passed. I still passed because of parallel parking. Well, also arriving this morning to the Scranton Business Park is Ryan and Jim and Pam are walking in. Pam in her blazer and her new plant alert. I know. People wrote in about the plant, Angela. It's the first thing I noticed. 42 seconds. Spotted a potted plant is what I wrote in my notes. And it's very cute, and it's going to stay on the little desk in Michael Scott Paper Company. Well, for a long time, we wondered who would bring in the potted plants at reception. I guess this solves it. It was Pam. It was Pam. While Pam and Jim are walking into the parking lot, Michael has wedged his car between 2 other cars, and he's trying to shimmy out over the back, holding the Cheetos, by the way. Yes, Jenna.
Steve ripped his pants. He did, yeah. He was trying to scooch over the back of the PT Cruiser, and his pants got hung up on the back of the little convertible part. And he's scooching. It's in the bloopers, and I was going to play it, but the majority of the bloopers is Steve scooching and grunting, trying to get over the back hump of the car, and then he finally says, "I'm going to need a new pair of pants." It just made me laugh. You know what? I'll put the blooper in our stories because it's really one you have to watch to appreciate.
Now we go to our opening credits, and they are all new this episode in honor of Michael Scott Paper Company.
I was very excited for you. I was like, oh, I bet Jenna has a whole breakdown because you've done a whole thing about the opening credits.
First of all, I did not remember this. So when this came on, I was so delighted. And then all the memories came flooding back of us filming these new opening credits. They were also not in the script. This was Mindy Kaling's idea. Lee and Jean said they absolutely loved getting to shoot them, and they really tried to match the tone and style of the original main titles. So I did a whole breakdown of the Michael Scott Paper Company main titles and our usual main titles, and they match up almost shot for shot. It's pretty cool.
That's awesome.
I have some fun tidbits about some of the things we saw in those opening credits.
Okay.
First of all, the goldfish on Michael's desk.
Oh, yeah, this all happens about 1 minute, 18 seconds, right? There's a great overview of the whole room.
We got a fan mail flurry about this goldfish lady.
Oh, yeah?
Remember last week we talked about the Jerry Maguire goldfish and how Michael and Pam had their Jerry Maguire moment. Well, Michael is going to have a goldfish on his desk now. But fan mail flurry points out that there is going to be a different goldfish every time we cut to a shot of Michael's desk. And there is a reason for that. Randy Cordray said this was an Easter egg that they planted in these episodes. It's never talked about, but the idea was that Michael could not keep this fish alive. Randy told me that every Friday they would give the goldfish to a crew member who wanted it, and then they would replace it with a new fish for the next episode. So moving forward, folks, I will track the fish. It starts as your standard orange goldfish.
Okay. Goldfish tracker.
Next up, I would really like to talk about the stapler that BJ is using in the opening credits. It is a Paper Pro stapler, and we were obsessed with it in Michael Scott Paper Company. Obsessed. Why? It is the greatest stapler you will ever use, ever. Phil Shea let me keep one. I still have it. You do not have to push on it the way BJ is in the opening credits. He is operating the stapler incorrectly. You just give it a little squeeze, and the air pressure, some sort of mechanism, makes it staple perfectly. I looked it up. Here's how it is described. Okay. The Paper Pro is the first engineering breakthrough in staplers since, well, the stapler. Push it with one finger's worth of effort, and a spring-loaded mechanism drives the staple with 30 pounds of force through up to 20 sheets of paper. Wow! We loved that stapler. We loved it. Of all the things I thought we would talk about today, I did not think we'd talk about a super air pressure powered stapler. I recommend it. I'm dying to use one. Finally, the copier that you see in the opening credits and throughout this episode is the broken copier from the surplus. I love that written on the side it says trash. I know. That copier is just haunting Pam. She's lost her comfortable chair, and now she's back with this horrible copier. What has she done to her life?
You know that was sitting out by the dumpsters. They wrote trash on it and set it out. So right at the beginning of their first day of the Michael Scott Paper Company, there would have been a series of talking heads. Ryan had one, Michael had one, Pam had one about her first day. I thought it was really sweet and also made me a little curious. I think we need to hear it.
Embarking on a new adventure. There was a fork in the road, and I took the road less traveled. Never traveled. Not even a road, really. More of a path. With a sign that says, "Those who pass shall die," and a skull and crossbones. The other road was kind of like Putnam Road. That's a really boring road screen.
So these were the two paths that you were choosing between. But guys, Instagram. I Google image Putnam Road. It looks like a fine road.
Here's something crazy. I worked at Putnam Investments as an executive secretary for years. That was my last full-time job I had as an executive assistant before I was able to earn my living full-time as an actor.
Woo!
Yeah.
That's a full circle life moment. Well, back upstairs, it's such a funny scene. Kelly is sort of leaning up on Jim's desk, and she's just sort of mumbling things. Like, Jim's like, you're not really talking to me. She's just waiting for Charles to say Kelly. And then she runs in, and she's like, you wanted me? And he's like, no, I meant that Kelly. And this is when we meet Aaron.
Yes.
Jim has this fantastic talking head that he says that Kelly thinks if she says you wanted me enough, that Charles will in fact want her. It's not the worst plan she's ever had. See, this made me think, this is like self-fulfilling prophecy. Like, Kelly is using self-fulfilling prophecy. My mom used to have the saying, and I think it's like paraphrasing scripture and Proverbs, but speak of what is not as if it were so, and it shall become. And I think I was like sort of in a very deep place when I was watching this episode. I had some things in my life that I had sort of written out, like something I was meditating about, praying about, and it was coming to fruition. And I was trying to plant these seeds of like positive, good intention, right? To then have this great harvest of this good thing. And when you watch The Office through that filter, you're like, Kelly is practicing self-fulfilling prophecy.
It's great. I use that all the time. We talk about that.
Yeah.
I mean, just in the formation of this podcast, we must have said what we wanted for 2 years.
Yeah.
Before we developed this show and signed a contract.
Speak positive.
Speak it. I always say when you blow out your birthday candles, you should tell everyone your wish, because the more people who know, there's more people invested in helping you make it come true.
Yeah.
Share your wishes. Share it.
I love that. I had to share that.
Well, I have got a bit of a bombshell regarding this scene.
What?
A full bombshell.
What?
So, Charles says, I wasn't talking about you, Kelly. I was talking about the other Kelly. And they eventually settle on the fact that they will call the second Kelly by her middle name, Erin.
Yeah.
The original name for Ellie's character, the one that appears in the table draft,
What?
was not Kelly. It was not Erin. Her name was Mary.
Mary!
Yeah. And this scene was not a thing where they have the same name. That was a late addition.
Wow, I love this scene.
I know, me too. Well, fan question from Kelly Ann M, who says, we need to track Erin's hair progression. When did she go red? She will eventually win Cutest Redhead in the Office, but she's a brunette here. We need to track it. Well, Lee Eisenberg filled me in on this.
Well, I remember some of this.
He said when Ellie showed up for her very first day of work, her hair color was almost identical to mine.
Yep.
And everyone freaked out. They were not trying to tell a story that Pam was being replaced by a sort of look-alike person. And they were really worried that if they put her on camera having the same color hair, that it was going to tell a story they weren't telling.
Yeah.
So they had to change the whole schedule for the day and color her hair.
I was in the hair and makeup trailer when she was getting her hair colored by Kim Ferry.
And I guess Kim just has a drawer of hair color.
Sure.
And they came up with this sort of brunette color, which will now evolve. The character of Erin was also not originally meant to become a full-time regular character. This was just going to be a few episodes. So we will track it, but I believe her hair is going to get to sort of change over to that red color as they make her a more permanent character on the show.
Yeah, I remember that day. And Ellie is such a team player, If my memory's correct, they dyed it one time and then dyed it again. Oh boy, yeah. Oh boy. Michael Scott Paper Company has kind of come already to a standstill. They don't know what to do. They're like, what do we do now? They're just sitting there looking at each other. Yeah, Michael's working on his Evite for his pancake luncheon. We had a fan catch from Rhea V and Abby M, who noticed if you look closely, it says that the luncheon is going to take place on Saturday. I saw that too. Also during this scene, you can hear the sounds of toilets flushing through the pipes overhead, really getting a sense of this workspace. So we could actually hear toilets flushing if somebody used the real bathrooms outside. So while we were shooting, they would not allow anyone in there. But while we rehearsed or while we were waiting to shoot, people could use the bathrooms. And so we would really sit in that room and hear flushing toilets. And I also don't know if you noticed the spots that BJ and I are sitting in. When we first walked into that room, our natural inclination was to sit across from one another at the table because it gave you maximum space for your elbows. Sure. You know, but you couldn't shoot us that way. We had to both sort of sit with our backs like scrunched up against that wall, kind of next to each other, facing Michael, because it was literally the only way to get us on camera. Last week in Dream Team, for the DVD commentary for that episode, Matt Sohn actually talked about this episode and how hard it was to shoot in that room because of the angles. Exactly what you were talking about. They kept catching each other. Our two camera operators kept catching each other in the shot. So they had to sort of position you guys so that they could get these single camera shots of you. Yeah, I think that's something you don't think about when you watch the scene is how there's all these extra people in the room. Yeah, but they're magically avoiding one another on camera. But at the same time, Steve as Michael can't walk from his desk to the poker table without bonking his leg into things, you know, it's like that tight. Well, now Michael is going to ask Pam to make 800 copies of his unparalleled customer service coupon. And Pam has a talking head, and I really relate to this. She says, if I make this one copy, then I'll become the girl who makes copies, and then I'm basically a receptionist again. And I don't know if you noticed where the phone was on that table, but it is right in front of Pam. So she's already clearly closest to the phone.
I think most people don't think about it, and I think that's a shame. Next up, let's go to
Phone.
one more quick call. We got Joe in Monterey. Joe, we got just about a minute.
That shit is good. Really? How have we? Here, Don. I'm so bugged. Yours. Closest to the phone. Yours. You love Yosh? I mean, let's not get carried away with the term love here. He's cool. Would you love him? I mean, he's tight. I'm not going to suck his dick. Oh, you're not going to suck his dick. Would you suck his dick in order for this to be over? Dog, I would suck his dick and eat it afterward to get this over with. Really? I'd suck his dick. I'd eat it. I'd munch off my own dick. Sew my dick on him. And digest his dick. Shit out his dick. Eat that shit. Eat it again. Shit it out again. Eat it out again. And then fuck a cinder block with my little, the little hole where my penis was. That's now been sewn onto Yoshi. That's how bad that's what I would do to get the fuck out of this.
The man has a talking head, and I really relate to this. She says, if I make this one copy, then I'll become the girl who makes copies, and then I'm basically a receptionist again. And I don't know if you noticed where the phone was on that table, but it is right in front of Pam. So she's already clearly closest to the phone.
Look at this.
And even later when it rings, Michael says, answer it. Right? Yeah. She's really trying to break out of this role of receptionist, and she refuses to make the copy. She doesn't want to go down Putnam Road, guys. She doesn't. She wants the other path, more exciting path. Well, it's a pretty big day for a few other characters at Dunder Mifflin. Dwight is going to take Andy hunting. They're like buddy-buddy. There's so much more of this scene where they're sort of wrestling and like doing all this stuff. It goes on for so long. I have no doubt. Do not ask the fellas
to roughhouse or wrestle in a scene
Look at
unless
the
you
left.
want to have an hour of additional footage of it. Because anytime they had Ray Wilson and John Krasinski have to do something like that, like last week's knock knock joke thing, any scuffle, it's worth watching the deleted scenes because those two fellas go for so long in all their fake different ways of attacking each other, and they get so into John's personal space, and his face is hilarious. I don't know how he kept a straight face. Andy had a talking head that was deleted where he talks about his romance. You know, we see Dwight's in the episode, but Andy had a counterpart one, and I think we need to hear it.
Oh. Let me tell you something. When Angela and I split, I went through it big time. Lost my high notes. Top of my range was like, then it took some time. I got my heel on. I got some perspective on.
Got my loss on.
And I found a new friend in the most unlikely of places, the enemy bin. And now,
Wow, he got his high notes back.
He did.
He got his heel on. He got his perspective on.
And he found it all in the enemy bin.
I know. I also really love the storyline of Charles asking Jim for the rundown.
Yes. And Jim has no idea what a rundown is.
And he's not going to ask.
He's too afraid.
I know. So when we reached out to Gene and Lee, they said that this whole rundown story was a late addition. It was part of a rewrite session. And you know, we've talked about how some of the writers would break off into these little pods. So Paul Lieberstein, Jen Salata, and BJ Novak broke away from the group. And in about 2 hours, they came up with this whole rundown storyline.
I love it.
I know. And then Justin Spitzer said they thought this was great. This sort of rundown was sort of this vague term, and no one in the writers' room really knew what it meant. So they thought, well, that's perfect. Maybe Jim wouldn't know either. And they said after the episode aired that they got mail that people were like, yeah, duh, a rundown. Yeah, rundown. Like people had heard of it. And they were like, no way. So I looked it up. I Googled, because we're ladies that Google.
We are.
I just wrote, what is a rundown? And this is what the internet had to say.
Okay.
In businesses, a rundown is a status report or summary.
Yeah, I mean, common sense would lead me in that direction. If I had to guess, I would think, oh, I should make a list of all my current clients and their status.
Yeah, I think I could have been a little confused. Like, is a rundown my sales? Is it like an itemized thing of how much product I move? Or is it more just my clients' names and how long they've been my clients? You know, I think there is a little bit of vagueness, like Justin said. But Jim just needs to ask. What do you want to run down of? My clients? The inventory? What exactly? Sales?
Well, I'll tell you what, we got a lot of mail on this, and Hannah Q had a strong opinion.
Oh.
Saying, forgive me for saying this, but I think I'm on Charles's side when it comes to the rundown. I've never had an office job, and even I have a pretty clear idea of what it could or should look like. Come on, Jim, you're a smart guy. Look within and find the rundown. Hannah's not having it. She's not having it. Meanwhile, in the kitchen,
Man,
we're
I
going
wish
to
some
kick
rabbits
off
in the
this
side.
storyline where
What?
Dwight and Andy
Sup?
are
Thanks for
both
following
kind of
me. May
flirting
I
with
see your
Aaron.
cock?
Dwight does this
Lady,
weird
it's right
thing
up
where he
there.
teases her about the office being haunted, and then
Very polite.
Andy
I'm gonna
comes
tell you,
in
very
and they end
polite.
up doing a little dance together.
It's going to get awkward real fast.
It really is.
What happened to their bromance?
It's already being tested.
I know. Jenna, you know, like when you
You like
make a
UFOs,
personal
girl?
call, and you know you need to make a personal call, but you know other people
You like
can overhear
UFOs,
you,
girl?
so you try to practice some form of etiquette in that phone call.
Or speak in code a little bit.
And then give her,
Yeah.
dog, this motherfucker
That's
sent
going to
me
be
a
happening at the
4chan
Michael Scott Paper Company.
whistleblower.
It sure
Oh,
is.
it's such a
And there is
4chan link?
a joke
No.
right off the
He
bat
sent me an
that was
image
so
link
funny
that
to
was
me,
linked to 4chan.
where Ryan is making plans for the
Subway.
weekend,
Really?
and then he says,
Yeah.
yeah, she's
Is that
like
a
at
word?
New York
Subway?
6, but in Scranton she's a
I
7.
don't know.
And then he says, and my boss is my old boss, which makes it very clear that the Scranton 7 is Pam.
Yeah, New York 6. And they cut to you, and your face as you realize it is so great. Justin said he felt like this was one of those amazing moments where the joke came before the setup. Yes, and paid off in this amazing way. The whole thing is such a smart joke. It's so well crafted. It made me laugh. I absolutely loved it. So I think we should stay down here in Michael's Got Paper Company and discuss the next thing that's going to happen, which is Ryan watching a video online instead of making the copies that Michael has requested. Yes, at 7 minutes, 7 seconds, you can see the video that Ryan is watching. It was actually a local commercial in Alabama that became very popular on YouTube, and I want to tell you a little bit about it. So this went viral in 2006. A man named Sammy Stevens created and wrote and performed a jingle for his Montgomery, Alabama business. It was a flea market. Oh, yeah. And he did his own commercial. And it went viral. Over 12 million people have watched this video. Of course, it went viral before YouTube was kind of YouTube, right? And it wasn't monetized. So he has said in interviews he didn't make any money off of that. But it really took off. And Ellen DeGeneres had him on as a guest. Really? Uh-huh. The flea market is no longer in business, but Sammy is still writing commercial campaigns and performing. He has appearances on TV and a radio show. And I found Sammy on Instagram. He's at The Real Sammy Stevens, Stephephens. Something I love about our show is that we were always working in these pop culture topical moments because that's what people do. That's what you would do is watch this YouTube video that was very popular while you were at work. It makes total sense to me. Yeah, and you would show all your coworkers. It's actually something that would happen on our set. As we've shared, Oscar had the only working computer with sound, and we would all huddle around his computer and watch videos. Well, it's 7 minutes and 5 seconds. At the very top of this scene, you can see something sitting next to Ryan in the little, like, poker chip caddy. Yeah, because we're sitting at a poker table, which is amazing. It is an inhaler. Yes, this was a whole deleted runner. Yes, that Ryan uses an inhaler. And he and Pam even get in a fight at one point, and she steals his inhaler. Well, because he hands it to Michael for Michael to use, and she's like, wait, that might be bad for him. Yeah, it's a whole thing. It ended up getting cut, but that's why there is this inhaler, and you can spot it throughout the episode sitting next to the laptop. There is also a fantastic shot at 7 minutes, 36 seconds of all the clocks on the wall. I think we have to talk about them. There is a clock for Paris, London, Beijing, and the USA. According to Jean and Lee and Justin, the USA clock was set to Scranton, but all the other clocks were set to the time interval between those cities and Los Angeles. And they caught this error halfway through the episode, and they were just like, we can't change it now. We have to just leave it. Oh, we got a lot of mail about those clocks, Angela. I'm very glad that you brought it up. People will feel very satisfied because that has been spotted. You know, also in this scene, there is this very subtle thing that happens between Ryan and Pam that makes me laugh. They're discussing who should make the copies. And Ryan says, you're just so good at it. You should do it, Pam. And she's like, you're saying that what I'm good at is pressing a big green button. And he's kind of like, listen, I don't judge what we're good at. Yeah, he's like, why is it insulting to say that you're good at something? Right. Yeah. So this reminded me of this very funny back and forth that my husband and I have had, because I always say that Lee makes the best coffee in the morning and the best eggs. And I guess I'm very complimentary about it. I'm always like, these are the best eggs. This is the best coffee. So about like 5 years into our marriage, Lee says to me, do I really make the best eggs? And 5 years? Yeah. He's been holding on to that. He says, do I really make the best coffee and the best eggs? Or is it just that you don't want to make them? And I was like, what? And he said, I mean, how hard is it to make good coffee and eggs, really? No, I feel like maybe you're just complimenting my coffee and eggs so that I make you coffee and eggs every day.
And I was like, no, they really are superior. I swear, it's better coffee than I make. I mean, that we could prove because there were some mornings when I made the coffee and Lee was like, oh yeah, it's not great. But Lee doesn't eat eggs. I eat eggs in the morning and he would always make me my eggs. But it's the truth, babe. Lee, you make the best coffee and eggs. You just do. Lee, I've traveled only a handful of times with your wife. You know, you have traveled with her many, many times. And I know that this woman does not lie about food or beverage. Thank you. She is completely earnest when she likes something, and when she doesn't, you're going to know about it. That's the thing. I'm not going to eat mediocre eggs for 5 years just because someone else made them for me. I mean, if I really believed I could make better eggs, I'd be making my own eggs. Oh, yeah. Well, once again, while people are talking in Michael Scott Paper Company, you hear someone in the bathroom. Yeah, you hear their voice through the ceiling. You hear them peeing. We had a fan question from Afrin R. In the scene where Michael, Pam, and Ryan are in their small new office, and we hear a male voice talking on his phone in the bathroom. Whose voice is it? It sounds like Toby, but the conversation made me doubt it. It was Toby. Paul did the voice. Now, on the commentary, I think Gene and Lee joked that they made Paul sit up in the ceiling tiles to do his lines. But that is not true. He was actually just off camera. He was not in the ceiling. They added all the effects in post to make it sound like he was in the bathroom above us, including like all the peeing sounds. But it really sounds like he's above you. I mean, I was so sold on that. Yeah, no, he was not. He was just off camera. But incidentally, I would like to point out that our sound team was nominated for an Emmy for Outstanding Sound Mixing for a Comedy or Drama Series half hour for this episode. Well, they deserve it. I know, it really sounded like he was up there, and all the flushing and everything. Well, Michael's going to call his mom and talk in code. Jenna, much of the way that you and I talk in code, he's really bad at it. It's so obvious. So obvious. He says, Mom, they're getting on my nerves. R thinks he's too good to be here, and P is not as much fun without Jim. And then he's like, Mom, I got to go. P is being a giant B. This is us, lady. Well, this whole thing is going to end with Pam and Ryan bickering over the computer. I mean, they get in a huge fight over who gets to use it. And at 8 minutes and 20 seconds, at the end of this scene, the camera pushes in on Michael. He's standing in front of the whiteboard. And written on the whiteboard is a quote that says, "You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Wayne Gretzky, Michael Scott."
As if Wayne Gretzky is part of the quote. Yes, right? Michael Scott is quoting himself, quoting Wayne Gretzky. Justin Spitzer wrote that joke. Gene and Lee both brought it up, saying it was one of their favorite parts of the episode. Like, I see that meme all the time. Oh, yeah. It's so brilliant. If you Google Wayne Gretzky's quote, a Michael Scott version, when his picture comes up, it's crazy. Well, why don't we take a break? And when we come back, we still have to discuss the pancake luncheon and Dwight and Andy's rivalry and Jim maybe finally figuring out what a rundown is. And also a scene where maybe Jim has disappeared. Where has he gone? Oh, I have the answer. Oh, wow. Oh, I also have a sunglasses thing. Oh, and I do too. There's so much to come back for. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. You know, around New Year's, we all reflect.
Ooh, this
People
is
really
Liz,
start making
isn't
a
it?
list of what they can do
Yoshi.
to be their best self for the next year. Yes, I think, you know, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change? New year, new me, that kind of thing. Yes, but perhaps this year